Call this meeting to order, August 13th, 2024, regular BCC meeting, and we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Salutes the flag of the state of New Mexico, a symbol of friendship among united cultures. Moment of silence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. If we may take a moment of silence to recognize a matriarch in our community who is being laid to rest today, Margaret Valdez, who, after 67 years of marriage, 5 children, many grandchildren, and great-grandchildren who she all raised, spent a wonderful life. Her son was a district attorney, Henry Valdez, Jimmy Valdez, Pat Valdez, and Rosalie Valdez. For a moment of silence, I ask, thank you. Thank you.
And the, yes.
On the same vein, I'd like to give my condolences to the Montoya family and the Villarreal family up in Pojoaque. Gabriela Villarreal passed away this past weekend and was a matriarch in the Pojoaque Pueblo area, raised 2 amazing sons who, when there's 2 amazing boys, you give credit to the mom because she did some pretty good work. I got to meet her a few times, and she was a wonderful woman and a great host when she invited me and my family into her house, and we're sad to see her go, and if we could say a little thing for her in your own way, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Now we will do the land acknowledgement. I acknowledge that this county building in Santa Fe County is the original homeland of the Tiwa people who know it as Oga Poge Awinge Whitewater Place. And I think we should have a roll call next.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Here.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And do we have a moment of reflection? From the Treasurer's Office? For Daniel? Okay. You stand up again.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence.
Okay, have a seat. Doing opening business out of order just to keep everyone on the toes. No. Approval of, number 2, approval of minutes. Request approval of the July 9th Board of County Commission.
Mr. Chair, I hate to interrupt, but I think we need to approve the agenda first and see if there's any items we need to move around.
I'm
here to keep you on your toes.
Yes, keep me on my toes. Okay, let's approve the agenda first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The only requested change from staff to the agenda as presented is to withdraw miscellaneous action item 6E related to a potential acquisition of real property for the Turquoise Trail Bulk Water Project. We'll bring that item back, or a version of it, at a future meeting. Otherwise, I would just note for the record that the initial meeting for today's agenda was posted on Tuesday, August 6th, and the amended agenda was posted on Friday, August 9th, in excess of 72 hours before today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the agenda?
Motion to, Mr. Chair, motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bustamante, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the agenda is approved. Now we can move on to the approval of meeting minutes. Request approval of the July 9th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting minutes.
Mr. Chair, move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Hamilton to approve, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes as well. Now we're to number 3, consideration of proclamations, commissioner resolutions, and a recognition. Resolution supporting the 13th Annual Neighbor to Neighbor Fund Drive, and that would be Commissioner Hamilton. Oh, and Commissioner Hanson.
Absolutely. We have done this, this motion in past years, and it's one of those important but kind of no-brainer in terms of just how valuable this drive is to the community. I think doing the resolution and showing our support for it and bringing it to everybody's attention is part of what helps make it successful, but you know, it's always an eye-opener to people how important, like, on-the-ground community actions like this can be. You know, we think, you know, many of us are just sort of safe and we live in our bubble, and this is something that you know, the community can pitch in and help these organizations give real support to people in need. And so, you know, that's the reason I think Commissioner Hanson and I have supported this multiple years over our term, and we really appreciate everybody's support in this. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hamilton. Yes, we have supported this since 2017, since both Commissioner Hamilton and I have been elected to the board, and I think it's really important as a community, since we have real serious food insecurities throughout northern New Mexico. I know we live in what is considered a wealthy community, but we have many, many people who are food insecure, and I think that is one of the reasons why we have been so supportive of the Food Depot and all the good work that they do. But they also, I think it's really important to remember, they serve, you know, the northern communities of New Mexico, not just Santa Fe County. And we need to recognize that many of our brothers and sisters throughout the state of New Mexico need our help, and that is why I think this is so important. I think we can all do our part, and it's a good way to increase awareness about the food insecurity and child hunger. And you know, that is a real issue here. It is not something to be thought of in, oh, that can't be that serious. It is very serious in northern New Mexico. And I do have, I mean, I'm not going to change the resolution, but it says on the second page, whereas the board adopted resolutions number, it starts with 2022. We did it last year with number 2023 also, and we have done it every year since 2017. And I also would like to read the now therefore be it resolved that the board supports and encourages monetary donation for the 13th Annual Neighbor to Neighborhood Fund Drive. The board authorizes the county manager and staff to encourage participation in the neighbor-to-neighbor fund drive as one means of addressing food security in our community. B, inform communities, neighborhoods, and homeowners associations throughout the county that they can make monetary contributions to the neighbor-to-neighbor fund drive before the deadline of September 23rd, 2023 by credit card donation at neighbor-to-neighborhood website at thefooddepot.org, N2N, or by mailing a check to the Food Depot. Work cooperatively with the City of Santa Fe to alleviate hunger in the county, and advertise the Neighbor-to-Neighbor Fund Drive on the Santa Fe County website, and ask commissioners to send out the information in their newsletters. So I think it's really important that we as commissioners send it out to all of our constituents, and especially in the coming weeks, so that we can help them raise as much money as possible. And so with that, I would like to make a motion to pass, approve, and adopt this on the 13th day of August of 2024.
And I will second it.
Okay, motion and a second. Any other comments?
If I may.
Mr. Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, commissioners, for bringing this forward. I know in the future years you will be missed to put this forward, and I promise to put this forward in future years. So we will continue the streak of doing this. You know, I think I've mentioned this in the past. My wife serves on the board of the Food Depot, and that my business actively advertises and collects donations every day, sometimes over a dozen donations every day, and my business matches it with money out of our own pocket. For every penny that anybody puts forward, we match with a penny. And so in the last year, we collected, on behalf of the Food Depot, over $4,000 and donated to them, making us the largest locally owned business donor to the Food Depot. So I love what their mission is. They serve 9 counties in the north. It is pretty dramatic, the impact that they have. $1 feeds 4 people, and that's a pretty good statistic. And you know, Sherry Hooper retired a few months ago at this point, and she's off to bigger and better things for herself, but they're in good hands with Jill Dixon as their new CEO, and I'm excited to see the new and innovative ways that they collect money and deploy it into the community. So thank you very much for bringing this forward. I'm in support of this, and we'll pick up the mantle next year.
Yes, thank you for bringing it forward, and I support this, obviously, for the same reasons. And I guess with all that, let's have a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, the resolution number for that resolution is 2024-098.
Okay. And then next is the consent agenda. Would you like to remove any items from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I would like to remove item A, just because I want to be clear, and I would like the manager to say a few things about our juvenile detention detainees.
Okay, we'll do item A separately. Any others?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda with item A removed.
And I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No opposed. It passes. Item B. And let's move on to 4A then. Request approval of agreement between Santa Fe County and San Juan County for housing of Santa Fe County juvenile detainees. And
So I just want it for the record to show that, you know, this has been a really successful program that we have been working on with San Juan County, and that we have 6 beds that are dedicated to us that we pay for, and that we have the possibility of increasing that at different times during the year. And so we are not limited to those 6 beds. If we happen to have 8 juveniles, we have a good relationship with San Juan County, and that we're able to increase that, and it might be at a higher rate, but then we can adjust it so that if we need to. And I just wanted that stated for the record, and if Manager Schaefer would like to say anything about it, I'd be happy to have you say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson. I believe everything that you stated is, is substantially accurate. The only thing that I would underscore is that I believe this has been a mutually beneficial partnership, both for Santa Fe County as well as San Juan County and the juvenile detainees that are served through our mutual efforts. This does allow our counties to pool resources and to provide a level of service at a more efficiently than I believe either of us would be able to do independently. I would reiterate for the board that there is a standing offer from San Juan County. Anytime you would like to tour their facilities, I'd be happy to arrange that. I know that the chair and Commissioner Green both toured their facility, I believe it was last summer, after the New Mexico County's annual conference that was held in San Juan County. I believe everybody was impressed with the quality of the facility as well as their obvious dedication to our shared mission of serving juvenile detainees. So thank you for that opportunity.
Certainly. Any other comments?
Just to acknowledge, thank you, thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for bringing this up, and to the county manager for acknowledging that we did tour it last year. It was a clean and it seemed pretty professionally run facility, on par with our facility here at the adult detention facility. And I think in the spirit of regionalism and efficiency, I think it serves us well that we have this partnership with them. With that, if there's nothing else, I'd be happy to make that motion. Yes? Okay. So I move to approve item 4A, request approval of agreement number 2025-0016, CORR, between Santa Fe County and San Juan County for housing of Santa Fe County juvenile detainees for a total estimated annual compensation amount of $575,000, and 2, the delegation of signature authority to the county manager to sign the agreement and purchase order.
Is there a second?
Second?
Yeah, Commissioner Hanson just seconded.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson just seconded while I was clearing my throat. We have a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No opposed. It passes. That's it for the consent agenda, and there are no resolutions, so I don't need any numbers. Number 5, appointment of and reappointments. 5A, appointment of 12 members of the Community Behavioral Health Leadership Council. Alex.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Alex Dominguez. I'm with the Community Services Department, Behavioral Health Program Manager. This item is seeking the appointment of the members of the first Behavioral Health Leadership Council. Back in 2017, the Community Services Department engaged in a health services needs analysis that would assist in identifying gaps in behavioral health services. One recommendation produced from that analysis was that the county develop a behavioral health strategic plan, which we released in 2019. The recommended emphasis for that was that we organize a leadership body to help guide the county and the larger community in planning and implementing a comprehensive system of services to better meet the needs of Santa Fe County, especially relating to behavioral health issues. The behavioral health leadership team began meeting informally in 2019, but was interrupted in March of 2020 because of the pandemic. We resumed our monthly meetings in March of 2021, and in September of last year, we hired a coordinator to assist us with these efforts. In February of this year, the board adopted resolution number 2024-032, which formally established a Behavioral Health Leadership Council as an advisory board body to provide recommendations concerning a comprehensive system of behavioral health services to better meet the needs of residents in Santa Fe County. Per the resolution, the Leadership Council will be comprised of 15 voting members. Staff solicited letters of interest from the public through social media, releases, and postings on the county's website, and we received a number of applications and have been are recommending 12 applications, letters of interest, and resumes. I do want to advise the board that as of yesterday, one of the members, Dr. Allie Davis, did have to rescind her application. So today, I am before you asking the approval of 11 Behavioral Health Leadership Council members, and staff will, of course, continue its efforts with the Leadership Council to continue to recruit for those vacant positions. That being said, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I stand before you for questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Alex, for bringing this forward. I think this is I was very impressed with all of the resumes, and I hope you were too. That was a wide range of folks from a lot of different behavioral health spaces. The one question that I have is, we're standing this up right now, and we're offering 3-year terms. Was there a reason that we didn't stagger the terms so that we'd be replacing everybody in 3 years, as opposed to somebody in 1 year, a few in some people in 1 year, some people serving 2 years, some people serving 3 years right now?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, that's a very good question. I think that's a challenge we have, being that this is the first ever Behavioral Health Leadership Council. And so that's something I think that we as staff can also discuss and advise on the Behavioral Health Leadership officers as we move forward. As we can see now, there's going to be at least 4 of them who will be staggered once we fill all 15 positions, vacancies. So we have them all filled, but right now we are only asking for the approval of 11, but that is a wonderful point. So we don't always have to go through a full set of new members. The other positive on our resolution is that members are not prohibited from reapplying once their terms are up.
Wonderful. I just would hope that we would have it organized at this point to say, the top 3 people serve 1 year, the next 3 people serve 2 years, the next 3 or whatever, equally. Maybe you draw straws at the first meeting just to stagger this in a way so that it comes forward and it doesn't become this bulk effort in 3 years when, anyway.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you for that. I will pass that on to the leadership of the Behavioral Health Council.
Okay, thank you.
I've had committees that had started out with staggered, and because of resignation, it ends up being a big bulk anyway. So perhaps this one, if a few people resign, it'll set up the staggered anyway. I mean, it's hard to get the staggered automatically.
So the terms should be laid out that way, right? So somebody is being appointed right now to a 1-year term for their first thing, but it could get to where, because we're skipping them, we may replace people, but all of their terms are ending at the same date. So we would literally have to deal with that because in 3 years, everybody's term is up. Right, and so I think there's some nuance that we need to get into this at maybe at a later date. Let's get you started. Maybe you come back and you self-organize in a way that says we'd like to adjust everybody's terms accordingly. Some people were willing to serve for 1 year and deal with this again in a year, so that we don't have this as a mechanical. Like technically, all their terms will be up in 3 years, right? So.
Other comments? Yes.
So I don't really have any problem with them having 3-year terms. I know that a number of people have actually served on this committee unofficially, so to speak, for a while, and have been really committed to this process. And so I really, I support this committee because I think they're doing really important work, and they have shown a real dedication. There's a wide variety of people, and I do think that things happen as, you know, self-determination kind of happens as people resign, and there becomes staggered situations just organically. I mean, it happens, and so I don't have any problem with it being a mass group for 3 years, because I believe that it will kind of self-organize in a way that won't be so broad, but at the same time, this group of people have worked together and have done really good work so far, and I would like to see that continue.
Yeah, perhaps if someone of these we initially appoint resign, we should appoint someone to a 3-year term starting later, and that way they become staggered. Okay, anything else?
With that up, go ahead.
I move to approve the appointment of 11 members to the Behavioral Health Leadership Council. Correct? 11?
As recommended by the...
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
Ms. Ally Davis withdrew,
Okay,
was forced to withdraw.
do we have a second?
Yes, that was me.
Right? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you.
Now we will have appointment of one district member 4, and 3 at-large members to Health Policy Planning Commission. 1 District 2 member, 1 District 4 member, and 3 at-large members to the Health Policy Planning Commission. And that would be Jennifer. There you are. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. This item is being presented to the Board of County Commissioners to request appointment of 5 Health Policy and Planning Commission members. The HPPC provides guidance on and recommendations to the Community Services Department and the Board of County Commissioners on the provision of health care services in Santa Fe County, utilizing the findings of the Health Needs Assessment and the priorities in the Health Action Plan. Per resolution number 2020-100, HPPC consists of 9 members appointed by the board. Each commission district is represented by 1 member, and the remaining members are at large and may reside in any area of the county. In response to the HPPC vacancies, a county press release was published and successfully attracted 17 individuals who submitted letters of interest and resumes. The chair of the HPPC, Stephen Berkshire, in collaboration with CSD staff, recommends the appointment of the following individuals, 2 of which are here today: Mr. Ron Aldridge, Arthur Culpepper, Maria Jose Rodriguez Cadiz as members at large, Mark Hayden for District 2, and Deborah Weiss for District 4. Their respective letters of interest and resumes have been included in the packet for your review and consideration. And at this time, I would like to move forward with the recommendation of appointment of these individuals.
Commissioner Hanson.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Jennifer, for this. I consider this board very important, and I'm sorry you've had so many vacant members. I want to recognize Mark Hayden for coming and being here and representing District 2. I have worked with him with the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, and I'm very happy to see that he wants to continue to serve our community, especially on the Health Policy Board. So I want to thank you for that, Mark. And I want to thank Ron also. I don't know him, but I want to thank him for coming to the meeting and being here. I really appreciate members who are appointed to boards showing up at county commission meetings, because we really don't always have a lot of interaction with the members that we appoint, and so I think it's really important that they come to our meetings when we appoint them so that we know who they are. I have said this before, and I will say it again, and I will say it for as long as I'm on this board, which unfortunately is only a few more months. But I do believe that it's important for the board to know who is serving on these committees that are making recommendations to us. And with that, I will appoint, the recommended action is the appointment of Ron Aldridge, Arthur Culpepper, Mark Hayden, Maria Jose Cadiz, and Deborah Weiss to the HPPC.
Second, oh, sorry.
Did I leave anybody out?
I think you got it.
Oh, okay.
Any more comments on the motion? All right. Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, you have the appointments.
Thank you.
And next will be 6A, approval of amendment to number 4, agreement to 2022-0266 with LifeLink to provide navigation services and flexible funds to the low-income residents of Santa Fe County, including participants in the Contractors Rise program. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Bill Taylor with Purchasing Division. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This amendment will increase the compensation, a total of $372,000, half of which is for the navigational services that's provided by the contractor, and also support the reintegration into society equal RISE program, RISE program. With that, we have Jennifer Romero here to respond to any questions that the Commission may have.
Any questions?
And
Commissioner Bustamante?
actually,
Oh, you wanted to say something first?
if I could, that would be great. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if I can just give the background. Santa Fe County contracts with the LifeLink for the provision of navigation services and flexible funds, prioritizing individuals with high utilization of emergency department and or inmates that are referred by the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility and utilizing our Connect network. Also within this contract is a RISE program. The goal of RISE is to provide continuity of care towards recovery and essential life skills and opportunities for success following incarceration, as well as to reduce recidivism. Amendment number 4 includes a defined scope of work of this program and deliverables as well. And I do want to introduce Elizabeth Peterson, who will be introducing our LifeLink staff for a short presentation before we open it up for questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioners. I'm really pleased to be here this afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Peterson, and I am the contract manager for the RISE program. I'm also the program manager for the county's law enforcement assisted diversion program. And the RISE program you have heard about a year and a half ago. I'm really pleased for you to have some time to be reintroduced to it and to hear its successes and its hopes. So with me, we have Dr. Michael DiBernardi, who's the CEO of LifeLink, who is just appointed to the Behavioral Health Leadership Council. We have Janelle Bohannon, who's the Outreach Services Program Manager, and Gilbert Bencomo, who is the RISE Navigator. And with that, Janelle.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So they kind of already went over it, but RISE stands for Reintegrating into Society Equally. It was established in 2022 in partnership with the Santa Fe County. It was originally designed as an abstinent-based program. However, the programming shifted to being a harm reduction-based program. We adjusted the program to be harm reduction because we saw when people were entering back into our community, the clients didn't have skills in place to be successful. When an individual would relapse, we don't allow them to stay in the home, but we won't jeopardize anyone else's health and recovery inside the house, but we do offer them options to stay in the program, specifically additional recovery programs. The program is a short-term 90-day transitional housing for those coming out of incarceration out of the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility. The goal of the program is to provide support through housing, employment, supportive services, daily living skills, obtaining documentation, compliance with legal requirements, and follow-up treatment. The individuals in the programs are referred by the Santa Fe County Adult Detention Facility staff with a preference to those who have completed the Matrix program. So some of our data in the first year and a half, we served 22 individuals, 5 in 2023, 17 in 2024. 5 referrals from the detention facility between December of 2022 and June of 2023. We received 11 referrals from the detention facility between July 2023 and June of 2024. 6 external referrals came from individuals identified from local recovery programs who had incarceration in their background. Specifically, a lot of these individuals, as part of their aftercare program, would go from jail into recovery, then to us. We worked really closely with OI, Santa Fe Recovery, and some of the recovery programs in Albuquerque. 7 individuals stayed less than a month in our program with an average stay of 10.6 days. The data from 2023 to 2024, 16 out of 17 open bank accounts, 16 out of 17 engaged in supportive services, 15 of 17 engaged in daily living skills, 11 of 17 found employment, 5 of 17 were housed either through independent housing or family reunification, and 5 out of the 17 reoffended, leaving us at a 29.4% recidivism rate. Some of our successes have been improved clinical integration with the LifeLink. This includes a dedicated counselor to expedite final assessments and referral into our services, and a dedicated community support worker who is assigned the clients once they are referred, job training programs and job placement. Our RISE navigator, Gilbert, has built relationships with employers within the community to help with the placement of individuals, and the Santa Fe County has the new program with Innovate Educate, which is a job training program. And then another success would be our lower recidivism rates. Challenges that we have faced is substance abuse and the lack of detox resources. What we find is that when we ask someone to leave the house, we can't always find a placement for them into a detox facility. Lack of housing within the community, especially those with felony backgrounds. Our opportunities for the next year is improved communication with the detention facility, expansion of job and housing placement, and the possibility of opening a second house where we may look at females. We've been keeping track of how many women have expressed an interest in a program similar to this. And I believe that's about 5 to 6 women who have expressed an interest, at least have asked if we had something similar. And so there's that possibility for a second RISE house. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Bustamante.
thank you for this presentation. I'm sorry to see that we haven't had as much success in integrating the RISE participants into the Workforce Integration Network, which there are federal funds available for. The question that I have is, when the women are released, where do they go, especially if they're released some at 1 in the morning?
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. As part of my other navigation program with the county, we do reentry as well. Unfortunately, there's not really a catch-all for those 1 a.m., 12 a.m., midnight, those midnight releases. But if it is during work hours, my other navigator will step in and provide transportation where they need to go, and he does a lot of aftercare planning. So if a client is saying they want detox, they need transportation to their family out of state, out of town, we try and coordinate that to the best of our ability.
Are we able to assure that an individual who has been released, if they want case management when they get out, that they will get it? And women as well?
Yes, thank you again, Commissioner Bustamante. What I like to say about my outreach programs, especially my navigation, is that they're the lowest barrier services that we can offer. So as long as they're going through my navigation programs, we kind of eliminate the need for a final assessment, any of the behavioral health. However, if they're interested in getting long-term supportive services, as a licensed clinician myself, I can make sure that they get intake paperwork done, complete their final assessment, and then get them referred into the CCSS services within the LifeLink. And so, yeah, I would say comfortably we could do that.
So a woman who gets out at any time could go to LifeLink to get additional services, to get navigation services that could help them.
Yes, thank you. As our staff does our best in communicating with the jail, I want to say yes, as long as we have that communication coming in through the jail, because we will step in. But if someone was released at 1 a.m., they're doing the walk up to Allsups, I can't guarantee that they're going to find us or come to the LifeLink.
It has come to my attention that there aren't very few people who are released in the middle of the night, and I don't really know why that would be. Is it because it's as soon as somebody is cleared, they want to be gone, or why do people walk down Highway 14 in the middle of the night or end up down Cerrillos Road, which was brought to my attention?
Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Bustamante, this is an ongoing issue. With the Engage program, 2 weeks ago, we had an Engage participant released at 1 in the morning. Fortunately, she was able to have arranged transportation. Somebody picked her up, but dropped her off at the mall at 1:30 in the morning. So it's an ongoing issue. We would like to try to increase communication with Santa Fe County Detention, see if we could, and if people could be held until the morning. We're happy to pick up our participants if we know that they're going to be released and that they're released in a time when we can pick them up.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
If I could just interject for 1 second, because I want to not lose sight of something that was said. The county doesn't have any authority to hold someone after
That's
they've
understood.
received.
I
I
appreciate
just
that.
wanted to make sure that there was no
I made that clear when I asked
misunderstanding.
the question. I appreciate that. They're free to go when and they want to go at that time. So thank you. That wasn't a misunderstanding on my part. The question that I have is there anything, and understanding these are individuals who have a right to be out when they are, it's with the courts, if they decided at 1 a.m. That they're free, no one wants to sit around. But I'm wondering if there hasn't been, or there has been, it would seem that there have been discussions about transitional housing on Highway 14, even before they got to something like RISE that would be extended, or the new funding that's available through North Central on a totally separate grant that provides temporary housing for 9 months. Has there ever been any kind of discussion within the county that would provide something where individuals could check in till daylight and know that they're free to come and go as they please, but this would be a temporary, not a holding place, but a place for transition into the community?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, that's a wonderful idea. I haven't heard of substantial conversations about that. But that certainly could help solve some of the issues that we see when people are released after hours.
Thank you. That's all the question that I have. Thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Green?
I'd like to reiterate what Commissioner Bustamante and the concept I think that that is, when we're talking about reintegration and successful reintegration, that walk and that desperation to have somebody give you a ride, you don't know who that, sometimes the first person that picks up your phone call is not the best person to be picking you up. And to have that warm handoff into a voluntary facility that offers, whether it's 9 months would be great, but really if it was up to 9 days so that we could find the right place for them. So whether it's within the county here or whether it's outside the county for them to get back to where they're supposed to be, where they're from, and they may have the network and support system. I think that's an interesting concept for us to look at, because a safe place that continues that level of care, that does not put them out into the wilds of the street when the wilds of the street have every temptation, especially at 1 o'clock in the morning, right? It's like those are, anybody that picks you up at 1 o'clock in the morning is a high risk situation for everybody. And so I support that concept. If there's a way for us to figure that out, let's work on that together. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I do want to, not to take away from the discussion of additional services and opportunities, but I do want to make it clear, as I understand it, that the adult detention facility, number one, does allow space for individuals to wait so that they can secure their own transportation from the facility. And that secondly, for those individuals who do not have transportation into the city of Santa Fe, there is transportation offered, at least to main streets within the city of Santa Fe by our adult detention facility. So I don't want to leave this discussion with the impression that individuals are pushed on to New Mexico 14. And again, I don't want to take away from the additional discussion relative to other services, but I do want to make that clear.
Mr. Chair, if I may address that, the last place people want to spend their first free minutes is where they've been held. And I appreciate what you're saying. I'm saying that there could be additional services that would accommodate a free person. And I've learned that people don't necessarily, like, why 1 in the morning? Because I don't want to spend another minute here. So as much as I appreciate the accommodation of allowing someone to spend a little more time in jail, I don't think it's ever someone's first choice. So with all due respect, I think we understand that there are accommodations that are made, and that's where all these other issues fall in line. Thank you.
I have a question as well. You have 5 of 17 housed. Are the other 12 homeless, or do you just not know what happens to them?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, majority of the people we have a housing placement for before they leave, they tell us they're going to go live with their landlord, they're going to go live with their, partner, but as far as guaranteed housing, they might be back on the streets, and that's data that we don't like, to be honest. But what we found time and time again is that, there was some housing opportunities in Espanola, but their employment that we found them was here, and they don't have reliable transportation. Or we have this landlord who's willing to rent to them, but they want 3 times the rent or a cosigner and the credit, and they don't have that. And so it's definitely something that I believe would be an opportunity for us to work on moving forward, building those relationships with landlords. I think what we saw in the very beginning is that these guys would complete their 90 days, graduate, and then they'd have nowhere to go. And one individual stayed there for 6 months with us in the home, and then ended up moving to Corpus Christi, where, he reports being successful out there. But the housing here has been far and few between. We did house 2 people just in June, and one of them, who has an extensive background in and out of incarceration since the age of 16, and he's now in his 30s, who found housing, is living independently, has a job that could potentially be a career, and is reunited with his daughter. Like, those are the success stories we're doing this for. Unfortunately, that was one landlord who also required a lot of money for a deposit. First, last, more. We had to request not only assistance from our program, but assistance from another program within the LifeLink just to cover that deposit, because he was considered high risk by the landlord. And so those are kind of the problems we're facing.
And then, how do you think, I mean, it doesn't seem like you serve very many people. Is the demand higher even? I mean, obviously you need a house for women, but maybe you need a couple houses for men too.
I just wanted to let you know that the contract stipulates that they would serve a minimum of 15 individuals. This last year, they served 17. Part of it is also making sure that we have good communication with the detention center so that we can get referrals into the program. And one of the things that has been really wonderful to see is Gilbert, who is here in the audience, who is the RISE navigator, goes to detention and meets with people in the reentry pod and in the Matrix program. So they've really increased and improved communication so that they're getting more referrals.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I'd like to also state, and I think it's worth repeating, North Central New Mexico Economic Development District has a grant, separate and aside from anything that I do with other aspects of that organization, to pay for people's housing up to 9 months. That's important to say. As grateful as I am for the RISE program, the other thing that has become, unfortunately, I'm painfully aware now that the women have a higher chance of sex work, and it's problematic. And I'm really sorry. I think, with all due respect, I think men have an easier chance on the street. But to know of the women who have been released and who are homeless, and knowing that we weren't able to do something for them, given the resources that North Central's working with, I think it's a bit urgent. But as soon as they are, I would say, judicially involved once again, then they'll have housing again. And that is a cycle that has been brought to my attention. And it's unfortunate, because then at that time they would be probably getting into use again and making their money in other ways. And then they would be back into something that had a roof over their head. And it's dire. I don't want to paint a pretty picture here and say we've got all the resources between us. So I'm grateful for this presentation, but I think there's a lot of room to support community members who have unfortunately been in this situation. And as grateful as I am for the RISE House, a women's RISE community is critical to the well-being of our communities. Sincerely, thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you. I really believe in, some kind of halfway houses. I think they're really important. I've advocated for that since I've been on this board, but I've never seen anything happen. But, hope springs eternal. The clerk has shared a little information with me that the statute is clear on how much deposit can be. The law says only 1 month deposit for more than 30-day lease, and that we're not doing a good job of enforcing even basic housing rules. So, how do we do that? How do we, when you come across a landlord who says, I want, first, last, middle, and another month, how do we get around that? Because we already know that the people coming out of jail don't have resources. Many of them wouldn't even be in jail if they had resources. And so, you know, it is concerning. I have always believed that, you know, creating halfway houses was something, you know, that we had. We used to have boarding houses. Another thing that, you know, I think would be really valuable, but if, you know, we live in an expensive city where housing is really expensive, and I don't know what kind of relationship you will have with the new lamplighter, Bella,
Bella Luce.
Bella Luce. You know, will that offer you any opportunities? Not that particularly the neighborhood is in favor of that. That is my neighborhood, but I do have constituents who are very concerned about what's going to happen at Bella Luce, but at the same time, we've got to find ways to help these people, because that is the only way we're going to get people off of the streets.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson. Sorry, I'm not good with the formalities. I apologize.
You're doing great.
I know that property management, there's been a lot of conversations about how could, just full transparency, there's a lot of organizations and agencies trying to get those rooms, like at the Bella Luce Lamplighter, trying to secure them for their clientele. I think that's an ongoing conversation that we've had and that we hope to keep having, is specifically these people coming out of incarceration having a place to go. And so that is something I hope to explore more.
And then how about enforcing the laws on these landlords who are demanding all of this money? I mean, there's just no way to enforce it, I suppose. I mean, because housing is so desperate here.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, it's so problematic trying to secure housing for folks. And I'm sorry to hear that story, and it doesn't surprise me. I do want to mention that although, yes, it's very difficult to find housing, we're lucky to be part of the Connect Network. The RISE program does have wellness funds, so if somebody needs some assistance with their first month's rent, you can do that. And that's proven very useful, certainly for RISE and also the Engage program.
Thank you. I think others agree with me, but I think we support the work you do and are looking for ways to improve it and do even better, which we will. Commissioner Hanson.
I'll make a motion to
yes, please make a motion.
Approve amendment number 4 to agreement number 2022-0266-A CSD/MR with the Life Link. And thank you for all your work. I am grateful for you being here in the community, in my neighborhood, and doing the work that you are doing.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Does not require a resolution number. Next, request authorization to apply for New Mexico State Fire Protection grants to purchase fire apparatus, firefighting equipment, etc. Chief Black, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. The Fire Department is requesting your approval to apply for 15 fire protection grants, which are administered through the New Mexico State Fire Marshal's Office and the Associated Grant Council. Each fiscal year, every district, as well as fire administration, has the opportunity to apply for a fire protection grant to fund a specific need within that district. Historically, grant awards have varied. Some years, a large number of districts have been awarded grant awards, while other years, very few districts have received grant awards. For FY25, the grant awards have greatly increased over previous years. For example, for fire apparatus, the amounts went from $300,000 to $600,000. For this year, fire administration has collaborated with the district chiefs to assess the needs of their individual fire districts. Today's packet material outlines their needs of each district, and along with the associated equipment and dollar amount for each grant application. The fire department requests your approval to submit 15 grant applications totaling $4,236,752 and requests signature authority be delegated to the county manager. With that, I stand before you for any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. A question, just, I know that we've brought this up, and I'm wondering, La Puebla, the burn building is the training facility, correct? And I know we've spoken about the idea of partnering with Espanola. They just built a 5-story state-of-the-art, maybe not perfect state-of-the-art, but pretty close, and definitely more elaborate than what we're proposing just down the road. Is there a reason that we didn't seek to find a partnership and maybe collaborate with them to maybe upgrade their facility just a little more, as opposed to having what I would consider a redundant and not as complete facility just a few miles down the road?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you for that question. Excellent points. The funds that we're specifically using and we've been looking to use for this project have been allocated from the New Mexico State Fire Marshal's Office through the fire protection funds that are designated to be spent within the La Puebla Fire District. Those funds help fund and cover operations expenses within the La Puebla Fire District, and also then any carryover is allowed to be directed to capital expenditures. So the La Puebla District has been saving for a number of years to help fund this project, and those are restricted funds that have to be spent within that La Puebla District. And with that, the reason why we've also been focused on trying to install and construct a burn facility, at that location, is to also reduce barriers for our volunteer staff. I know that Espanola is just down the road. However, if we're able to successfully construct this facility, it will meet all of the ISO requirements for a dedicated facility training, which means that as our volunteers go for any training at that facility within the entire northern region, from Chimayo, La Puebla to Suki, that it meets that specific criteria outlined by ISO, thus giving all of our volunteers credit for specific training hours that they're required to meet on an annual basis. So we're removing barriers and making that an easier accomplishment for our volunteers.
Thank you for that. I hope that we also train at the Espanola facility, because as a 5-story, that's supposed to be one of those rare facilities in New Mexico. So, so anyway, thank you for explaining that. As I've discovered with your training and the fire marshal's training, for me, that the ISO is becoming one of the most important 3 letters for us to understand up here. So thank you for clarifying that.
Mr. Hanson.
Thank you, Chief Black, and thank you for your dedication and work on this. I think, Commissioner Green, if you want to change something, you might have to go to the legislature, since I think it is county-specific when we apply for these things.
The La Puebla facility is within Santa Fe County,
Right.
So, but it's managed by Espanola. So, it was not the La Puebla. Sorry, the Espanola facility was within Santa Fe County, but managed by Espanola. It's fine. But I just thought there was an opportunity here for partnership.
Okay, but anyhow, I appreciate all the work that you're doing, Chief Black. I especially appreciate you closing San Ysidro Crossing on a regular basis. I think it's really important for my constituents in District 2, and so I wanted to recognize you for that. I am happy to make a recommendation authorizing the county manager to apply for the New Mexico State Fire Protection Grant for the purchase of fire apparatus and fire fighting equipment and the construction of fire training structures totaling $4,236,752 and delegate signature authority to the county manager to sign all grant applications and agreements.
Second.
And do you have a comment?
Yeah, I just also wanted to point out that there are a lot of times lots of comments made about how there are federal and other kinds of state grant funding, and we should make better use of them. But consistently, the fire department has put out a huge effort to make really strong use of this kind of grant funding available. And I just want to make sure everybody recognizes that and the effort it has taken you all to do this consistently, and which we really appreciate. It makes a very big difference.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It passes. Thank you. Next, we go to 6C, which is approval of agreement between Tactical DBA Safe Haven Defense NM LLC for the installation of bullet and riot-resistant film on windows. Bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. The county is utilizing the cooperative CES contract, Cooperative Educational, which you're members of, and to utilize the services of the contractor with FSJ Tactical to install the bulletproof, riot-resistant film at 3 facilities at the county, the C. Ferreira First Judicial Courthouse, Sheriff's Office, and the Public Works Complex facility for an amount of $948,539.01, exclusive of tax. And with that, we have Philip Montano from Public Works to answer any project-specific questions that the board may have. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Any questions? Hamilton?
I don't actually have a question. I have a comment that, you know, it may be sad that we're getting to the point where this is the kind of thing we have to put priority on, but I really want to commend Public Works and the county in general for putting a high level of importance on safety and employees and the welfare in a way that it moves ahead to do this sort of thing.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson.
Yeah, I believe I spoke to this contractor at NACO and said that they were working on some of our buildings, and I think I agree with Commissioner Hamilton that it is unfortunate that we need to do this kind of protection, but we know the environment that we are living in, and it is necessary to protect our employees from unwanted situations. Thank you.
So would someone make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve agreement number 2025-0022 PW/MB with FSJ Tactical to furnish and install riot and bullet resistant film at multiple county facilities in the amount of $948,539.01, exclusive of New Mexico GRT, and delegate signature authority to the county manager to sign the purchase orders.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Nope. Yes. It passes. D is resolution, amending resolution adopting the Santa Fe Human Resources Handbook. And we have Valerie and Rachel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We're here today to present a proposed amendment to the Santa Fe County Human Resources Handbook, which revises 2 provisions relative to employees in the fire department who work 24-hour shifts but are not part of the bargaining unit. And those 2 provisions have to do with accrual of leave and how much leave can carry over at the end of a year. So you'll see that there has been added to Section 10.1.2 accruals, two sentences which read, despite the above provisions regarding full-time and part-time classified employee accruals, a maximum of 360 hours of annual leave may be carried forward for the next calendar year for employees who work 24-hour workdays during the entire calendar year. And for employees who work 24-hour workdays during only a portion of the entire calendar year, accrual rates shall be prorated based on the amount of the calendar year spent working 24-hour workdays versus those spent working shorter periods of time. And that is to ensure that battalion chiefs, for example, are able to carry over their annual leave to the following year at the same rate as their employees. They're in a unique position because of their 24-hour schedules. The second provision that would be amended is 10.3.1 eligibility, and added to that provision is a section that's, and this has to do with vacation days, holiday days, is a section that reads, additionally, rather than observing the holidays approved by the board, non-bargaining unit employees within the fire department shall observe holidays in accordance with the holiday schedule set forth in the IAFF collective bargaining agreement, which provision was contained in section 26A of the agreement at the time this amendment was adopted. So that, again, non-bargaining unit members of the fire department are granted the same holidays as their subordinates rather than having holidays on days when their staff does not. And I think Valerie can add to that to the extent you have questions about the holidays.
Any questions? Yes.
I move to approve the subject resolution amending resolution number 2012-164 to modify provisions governing annual leave, accrual, balance, and holidays for certain employees of the fire department.
Second.
All right, can motion?
Under discussion.
Oh, is there discussion?
I want to say something. I want to thank Rachel and Valerie for your work on this, and recognize Rachel Brown for all her work continuously with the bargaining units and all the employees. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you. Now we will vote. Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You have it.
Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2024-099.
Thank you. Good at keeping me on track. Now we have a resolution granting authority to the county manager to execute all documents. Is this the one we're...
Mr. Chair, that item was withdrawn.
That's the one we're not doing. Does that move on to F? Request approval of potential projects funded with general obligation bonds if authorized by voters in the general obligation, in the general election. And Greg Schaefer and Leandro and Yvonne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I do have with me Leandro Cordova, and Brian Snyder will also be backfilling if there are any project-specific questions. But we are before you today seeking approval of a resolution that would pose three general obligation bond questions to the voters of Santa Fe County during the upcoming general election. And as part of that, at whatever size general obligation bonds the board ultimately approves, we would be seeking approval of proposed bond projects that would be funded with bond proceeds if approved by the voters when those bonds are sold. So some of this material you've seen before, either in the specific context of general obligation bond discussion or with regard to our capital projects generally. tried to compile it in a way that hopefully provides the entire context for the county's capital funding strategy and the myriad of investments that the board has approved during previous and this most recent capital budgeting process. So I'm going to quickly go through the general obligation bond debt overview. Again, general obligation bonds do require voter approval. Those bonds must be issued within 4 years of voter approval or the approval lapses. General obligation bonds are repaid using property taxes that are levied specifically for debt service. So again, this is an additional source of capital funding that does not come out of gross receipts tax revenue or general property tax general fund revenue. We reviewed this at our last meeting. This is the list of permissible purposes for which a county government can issue general obligation bond debt. They include necessary public buildings, roads, bridges, as well as water and wastewater systems. In addition, there are authorized landfills, airports, open space trails and related facilities, as well as books and library resources. Looking historically, at least back to 2000, in terms of what voters have approved, the county's 3 primary areas of focus have been roads, water and wastewater, as well as open space and trails. We have also sought, and the voters have approved, general obligation bonds for other purposes, including the district courthouse, as well as some fire and public safety facilities and community health care facilities. You know, a key strategy for the county relative to general obligation bond debt is to keep our debt service levy flat. So even though the voters, approve additional bonds to be sold, the timing of those sales as well as the structure of those bonds are such that we try to keep the debt service more or less flat and level year over year, so that we can faithfully say that approval of the bonds won't cause an increase in your taxes, but it will cause taxes to stay at that relatively flat level. So in terms of general obligation bonds in the context of the county's capital funding strategy, there are a variety of sources, both grants, state appropriations, money from the federal government, as well as local resources that the county utilizes and leverages in order to meet community needs. And to put the potential general obligation bond questions in the context of what the board has approved in our current capital budget for the fiscal year that began on July 1st. There are road projects totaling $59 million and change. That's in addition to $4 million that the board has allocated specifically for road maintenance, which is again separate and apart from our staff as well as our equipment. That's $4 million that we would anticipate spending on materials as well as contractors to address maintenance that doesn't rise to the level of a separate full-blown project, as well as potential safety improvements at intersections and the like would come out of that bucket. Water and wastewater, close to 57, almost $58 million. Vertical and other facilities, 26 million. Open space and parks, 24. Miscellaneous category, which includes solar and other sustainability projects, at 10 million. Fire stations at 7.5. The board allocated $7 million for a youth behavioral health center, maintenance projects totaling $6.1 million, as well as our public housing communities and support for the Pathway Shelters and Nueva Sequia infrastructure at 3.1. This list doesn't include, because it wasn't scored as capital, the money that the board has allocated for affordable housing programs, and that's why it's left off here, but I would be remiss if I did not note that investment by the board, and again, meeting a wide variety of community needs and interests. So in addition, the proposed general obligation bond questions and projects, we wanted to provide some context, for other funding opportunities that at the management level we're actively planning for in terms of additional needs. First, county staff isn't recommending that we seek voter approval of all of the anticipated general obligation bond capacity. And even if the board were to adopt the recommendations put forward by staff, there would still be $20 million in capacity that could be authorized in 2026. In addition, we're actively planning for potential revenue bonds in order to meet the water and wastewater needs of the county throughout the county. We've identified that $2.2 million in capital outlay gross receipts tax could be allocated to debt service without impairing our existing bonds. How much of principal that would support would depend very much on what the source of the financing was, whether that was near zero interest loans through the various New Mexico Environment Department revolving loan funds, or whether we sold bonds on the market, and that's why that was phrased that way. We would obviously seek the opportunity that provided the most principal and capital and minimized our interest expense. In addition, looking forward to potential changes to our adult detention facility so as to be able to better serve and enhance our medical services as well as our substance abuse disorder services and behavioral health treatment. We're looking forward to a significant expansion and renovation of the adult detention facility to meet the needs of that population, which we discussed in part earlier on an earlier agenda item. The additional point that I would make is that even if a project is included as a potential bond project, that obviously does not preclude the county from seeking out additional sources, grant funding to help offset some of the cost of that project. If that were to occur, the net result would be to free up funding for different projects. Again, voters approve questions, not specific projects, and so securing alternative funding for a bond project means that those proceeds are available for another project within the scope of the approved question. So looking at the county's general obligation bonding capacity, our financial advisor estimates that our capacity is in the $52 to $54 million range over the next 4 years. As indicated, the bond authorization by voters is good for 4 years. So the county could follow a 2 or 4 year bond question cycle. We're currently on a 2-year cycle, and we're proposing at the staff level that we keep that cycle so as to allow an opportunity for additional projects in the water, wastewater, road space, or behavioral health space to develop. And so the proposal breaks down across open space and trails at $16.125 million, water and wastewater projects, $12.5 million, and then roads projects at $4.9 million. The specific projects that county staff is recommending in the open space area, which were presented to Colpac, I believe it was last week, and they were supported by that advisory committee, would be for the design and real property acquisition for segment 4 of the Santa Fe River Greenway Trail, potential underpass for Santa Fe Rail Trail under 285-84, what we're calling segment 7A, phase 3 of Romero Park, and the Rio and Medio open space to address restoration and flooding prevention in that space. With regard to water and wastewater, we're asking or recommending that the board allocate $10 million for the potential expansion of and augmentation of our water reclamation facility. That would both be to help fund an expansion of our treatment capacity, both for existing development that could be served by our own wastewater treatment plant, as well as future development in our designated growth area, SDA 1. That could also potentially include reclaimed water, bulk water dispenser improvements, so that we are selling reclaimed water for dust control and other appropriate uses for that level of reclaimed water. And then finally, moving forward and trying to continue to move forward with the potential ultimate acquisition of the Chupadero Mutual Domestic Water System, $2.5 million to continue with the necessary improvements to that water system prior to potential county acquisition, which has been discussed for a number of years relative to that being a long-term goal of the county, or at least a previous board of county commissioners. Relative to roads, 2 not insignificant projects have been identified, including a low water crossing on County Road 51, which I believe is near the Galisteo area, as well as drainage and surface improvements for a section of County Road 109 North, I believe in the area of the Poake and Nambe Pueblos. So there are a variety of attachments to just put all of this discussion in one place and all of the material in the public domain. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that the board has and take any direction that the board has relative to either the sizing of the potential questions or other projects that the board would rather see potentially funded with general obligation bond proceeds. Again, we can reduce the size of the questions as directed by the board. My only strong recommendation would be to keep it at least at about half of the capacity so that we can continue to maintain that level of debt service, which again is a bedrock principle of what we've tried to do in the general obligation bond space. Thank you.
Okay, any questions?
No, Mr. Chair, thank you. This was very clear, and I appreciate the information, especially providing where it has already been funded, where things will come. I appreciate the presentation very much. Thank you.
And Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Greg, and thank you, Leandro, and thank you to all the planning folks to get this to where we're at. I think the strategy of this sort of balanced approach to not raise taxes or basically maintain our tax burden on our community is the right strategy here. I think that some of these projects, as we discussed, and as you discussed, do have potential federal or state funding opportunities that could supplement them. Specifically, the underpass over at 285, I've been told, is a prime example of a project that has state money and to supplement, and it's a big ticket item, so we would be able to reutilize that money for potentially greater impact that in areas that wouldn't be necessarily eligible for this. I'm in support of this. I just, the one concern I had was that as of this morning, this was not posted. And so I don't know if that's appropriate for transparency purposes. We did have a meeting about this, so a lot of this was discussed previously, and a lot of this does match exactly what we talked about a couple weeks ago, so I'm not so concerned. But the fact that this was not posted on our agenda with the details as recently as 2 hours or whatever, it's noon today, has a little concern for me for allowing people. And so I just ask if, as a matter of process and transparency, if this is something urgent that we need to get out today, or if this is something that we should roll just for the fact that this wasn't on in its complete form this morning.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Green, thank you for that. You are correct. None of the recommendations have changed from when this was last presented to the board. We could certainly schedule a special meeting in order to allow additional opportunity for public comment and feedback. If the board desires, it would be limited to this item. I recommend a special meeting only because of our deadline to get the resolution to the county clerk, and then her deadline to get it to the Secretary of State. I believe that if we waited until August 27th, that would be either the day it's due or too late. So rather than run a chance of that, I would just recommend that if you wanted to do that, we try to find a time when we could have a special meeting next week to consider this.
I just want, for transparency's purposes, and just, I don't want a special meeting, but if it is the right process to do that, it's, again, I would defer to my other board members and to legal counsel to say whether that's the appropriate way to go.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Thank you. I personally don't feel a need to postpone it because this is exactly what was presented before, and I would be happy to make a motion to approve this. I think it's well conceived and well documented, and this is not the first meeting it's been presented at. I mean, if anybody else disagrees, that's fine, but otherwise I've moved to approve.
Second.
Thank you.
Under discussion, I agree, nothing has been changed. Where this has been in the press, there's not anything new. If people wanted to refer to it, they could have referred to our meeting last meeting, because that's exactly the same thing that was on here. So I don't see that being an issue. I think transparency has been fully
served,
satisfied, and I'm happy to second the motion to approve this.
Okay, any other comments? I'd just like to say I was attending at the Coltpack meeting, and I did hear them discuss it and eventually approve the projects, and especially the amount. They talked a little bit about maybe we should ask for even more money, but I think they realized that was not realistic. So,
I think if we asked the water people, they would ask for more money, and I think if we asked the roads people, they would ask for more money too. So,
right.
Yes.
Any other discussion? Okay, we had a motion by Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No opposed. It passes. And I believe it's 3:30.
Mr. Chair, would you like a resolution number?
I'd like a resolution number, yes.
2024-100.
Okay. Thank you. And then we have it's time for our break, and then we'll come back to public hearing. Let's get started. All right, we'll come back into session. That was a nice break. And we have matters of public concern. Do we have anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to us? Yes, ma'am, come up. And Daniel, can you set a 3-minute? You have 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
3 minutes to give your comments.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Commissioners, thank you so much. My name is Renee Roybal. I am the president of the Chupadero Water Sewage Corporation. What I've heard today is that looks like there's light to what has been a dark place for us. We have been put aside. We have been, for over 30 years, we have been trying to get things going here. And finally, we get a resolution all signed and done with. And then we get a memorandum of agreement and still nothing, still nothing. We've come so close to being taken over by the county. And yet now, all of a sudden, we're pushed back again. We're pushed back and we're pushed back and we're pushed back. Our community is very small, but our members too are getting very tired. They're getting very old. They're having to sell their property, and we have new people coming in. Those new people coming in don't understand our rules and regulations. They think that they can do what they want to do with the water in every which way possible. We are in a moratorium right now, a moratorium to where people can only use 4,000 gallons of water on there. And yet, we have new people that have come in, purchased land, and put up casitas. You know, sometimes we have meters that are underground that have not been found yet, and they're taking advantage. And we have pleaded with the county to help us. Well, last night, we did get some answers, and it looks like somebody from the county is going to be helping us. Somebody from there is going to be getting out there and helping us look for those meters that are buried. And we're looking forward to hopefully having the resolutions and everything else that we have here to be taken care of, because I think we have done this way too long, and we have been promised for so long that the county will be taking us over. And we ask your help. We ask you to please help us. We're in dire need of help. We need to get this taken care of. We really do. And all our residents there, they look up to us and they said, Renee, you go talk to them, you make sure. Well, the only thing I can do is ask. That's all I can do, is ask and hope that maybe we can work something together, and maybe there's room for improvement on here, and we won't have to worry about this much longer. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience? Is there anyone online who wishes to speak?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chris Michels is online.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Are you do want to speak to us, sir? Go ahead.
My name is David Ribble. I'm Renee's husband. I've been with Mutual Domestic since about 1974, and I've been fighting it ever since, the water and all that stuff.
Pull the microphone up so it's right at your mouth. Sarah's going to do it.
Oh. Okay.
We want to hear you clearly.
Yeah. Our wells and everything in it are getting old. and he's doing a lot of work. In fact, we lost the mechanic, the one that took care of the wells. Renee and I had to run it manually. And I'm going to be 83 years old next month. I was diagnosed with cancer, and I don't know if I'll ever see this through. So whatever you can do for us, help us in our fight, or whatever it's called, would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, is anyone else in the chamber here to speak to us? Nobody? One, two, okay. And then Chris on the line, let's hear from him.
I wish my best regards to the commissioners. I've got some important information, so I hope you pay close attention. I've been in the past, I have addressed you in the past about the deficiencies we have with processing public records requests. Those problems continue, and they're even worse than when I first brought them to you. We have had no progress to point. The secretary, the county clerk still thinks that she's not covered by EPRA, and this whole horror show continues. The other thing you continue to struggle with is Open Meetings Act. I suggest, and you can check with the county manager's office, I believe your current meeting violates the Open Meetings Act. And I'm not going to try to explain it to you in detail, it's just a fact. And the reason mostly is because your panels don't work. But a new point here, which is very important, is I noticed in the last meeting on July 31st, there was an exchange between the county commissioners and the county manager, in which the county manager threatened a member of the commission with an ethics violation for a suggestion that he made. That surprised me, and it should have surprised you. What allows the county manager to threaten a member of the commission with an ethics violation? So I looked into it, and it turns out that the county manager can threaten the commission with an ethics violation whenever he feels like it. And the reason is, back in 2010, the county commission gave all of its power to the county manager. At the time, the incoming county manager was Miller, Catherine Miller. She was pretty clever, and she got together with her attorney, and they took all the power from the county commission, including the power to name the county attorney, and took them all to the county manager. So today, the county commission really has no staff. You have none. You have no attorney. They all belong to the county manager. And if you try to interfere with the county manager can take a complaint, which he threatened to do, to the ethics commission. The ethics commission, if you read the minutes back in 2010, the ethics commission was created by the county manager and the attorney who was named by the county manager. The ethics commission was created and staffed to support the county manager in controlling the commission. The county manager can charge any of you with an ethics violation. You can't charge the county manager with one. The county manager controls that whole situation. So right now, this is a tyranny, and I think the county commission should wake up. Because what you can do is go right back to that code of conduct and eliminate Section 24, which gives all your power away to the county manager, and I think you should do it right now at your very next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, is there anyone else?
Mr. Chair, no, there's no one else.
Okay, that's the end of comments from the public, and we move on to number 7, presentation on customer service excellence initiative. Cindy McKee.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for your time today. I'm Cindy McKee, Director of Strategic Planning and Operations here at the county. I've been charged with launching and developing an initiative to improve and seek excellence in customer service. Thank you for the opportunity to do this very fun, very exciting, and very important work. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide you with an overview of the work that we've done so far. We formed a customer service task force, and I'd like to update you on the 3 areas that we've targeted for initial action as we work toward being the best customer service providers, not only in the state, but anywhere. The Customer Service Task Force was formed to work together and collaborate to address customer service at the county. I'd like to take a minute for the record and read the names of the folks who have served on this commission. These people were nominated by their department directors for their outstanding customer service skills. Valerie Park, Chris Bradley, Chris Chappelle, Ignacio Dominguez, Daniel N. Fresquez, Daniel E. Fresquez, Emma Felt, Carrie Gaston, Frankie Gonzalez, Estrella Martinez, Olivia Romo, Dominic Cisneros, and Nancy Toscano. These people have worked closely with me to really think about, brainstorm, explore all the ways that we can best serve our constituents, both internal and external customers. We're very pleased that customer service at this county really functions at every level. People who directly serve our constituents by fixing roads, by clearing snow, by taking payments, by answering questions and answering the phones, all the way to you, our commissioners, who started out the year 2024 with Resolution 001, a resolution confirming Santa Fe County's commitment to customer service as reflected in our adopted strategic plan, and Strategy 4.3.6 to provide excellent customer service to internal and external stakeholders. The work that we're doing is important and complex and hard and happens because we know that you all have our back. We know that the support comes from every level of this organization. The first thing that we did as a task force was think about what is it that we want customer service to look like here? What is the definition of customer service? And what are our values? The mission and values statement was created with the task force and at a level of wordsmithing and discussion and philosophical conversations and a level of practicality and real service that people have lived. Santa Fe County is dedicated to providing exceptional customer service through positive interactions built on respect. Our core values are professionalism, timeliness, innovation, trustworthiness and reliability, kindness, responsiveness, solution-focused, accountability, empathy, integration, transparency, and accessibility. We define customer service as providing solutions and information to our customers through positive and respectful interactions. We take responsibility for serving our customers from first contact through full resolution of their needs. The work that we did really fell into 3 focus areas, and I'd like to talk about those areas. But before I begin, I'd like to talk about the fact that all the work we're doing is about culture change. People at the county work very hard. Most people I know have just a little more than they can get done in any given day or week, and that's really part of what keeps these jobs exciting, is that nobody is bored. That said, what is changing, and it's changing at every level, is part of the focus that people bring to their work. Instead of our focus solely being on enforcing rules and regulations or getting to the solution or the end point, we are also beginning to weave in, how does that feel for our customer? What does that look like to our customer? The culture change that is being impacted is for us to pause in every task we take on and say, what does our constituent need? Sometimes those are our internal customers, sometimes those are our external customers. But exercising that empathy and thinking for just a moment about other perspectives is making us all better at our work. With that in mind and that culture change at the forefront, we focused on 3 areas. First, a training initiative. You can't change practices and you can't change culture without training. We are going to include customer service as a part of our new employee orientation. In fact, we're already doing that. We are going to visit every single department to talk about what customer service looks like in each department. Because what we know for certain is this is not a one-size-fits-all. Our goal fits all of us. How we get there and how it feels to those customers is different in every department and in every division. The Santa Fe Community College offers a customer service boot camp, and we are partnering with them to get every single employee through that boot camp. We've already had dozens of people go through, working with department heads and division directors for themselves to go through and bring their staff along, so that not only do we have those skills, but we're speaking the same language when we talk about customer service. One of the huge values of training is that when we talk about what matters to us, we're using the same words and the same practices. We're also training all of our Santa Fe County supervisors on our customer service expectations, including implementing a new supervisor training that will be happening tomorrow, so that new supervisors know exactly what the expectation is as they support their staff in delivering excellent customer service. We're working on a leadership academy that will provide opportunities for networking, mentoring, and supporting a culture change and that value of service. We will begin to ask all staff to do 1 customer service training each year in addition to the boot camp, and there'll be a whole menu of opportunities for people. And so again, with that notion of one size not fitting all, people will be able to choose the training that they most need. And finally, and you'll hear more about this in another section, but we'll really begin to use our data to identify where we have the opportunity to improve the most, and we'll provide targeted training for that. The second area that we're focusing on is communications and outreach. And this really, as you well know, communications incorporates so many aspects of what we do. As we move toward culture change, we really need to communicate that not just once, but often. We've worked with Manager Schaefer to create a video in which we launch this initiative and talk about the value of customer service. We have developed a comprehensive communications campaign to not only announce, but to continue to reinforce our customer service initiative and values. We've created printed materials for internal and external customers, banners, posters, stickers, printed material, so that people are aware not only that they should be always providing that excellent customer service, but as customers, that they know that they can expect that excellence. We've engaged in creating a lot of digital messaging, including SharePoint landing page, screensavers, our digital signage, our login page as staff, all these opportunities to remind people of this value and of this change, just shifting our mindset a little bit. Customer service will be the focus of one of our upcoming podcasts. You'll see it on social media posts, and we'll begin to implement a staff recognition program that will close that loop of us reminding people continually to do this thing, to change their mindset, and then to celebrate when it happens through some recognition. I wanted to share with you some of the beautiful printed material that we'll be sharing with our customers. We're creating a number of stickers. We've got some characters. I really want to take the opportunity to thank Emma Felt from the County Manager's Office, who drew these fabulous little characters who will be our mascots. All of us can see ourselves in these characters, I think. I also want to thank Daniel E. Fresquez for helping us to create really simple, readable, and appealing graphics like the piece in the middle that will show up in lots of places throughout the county. You guys will all get a sticker when those are printed for sure. Our third area of focus is our operations. And this is going to encompass all kinds of work. Most prominently at this time is the launch of a customer service center. And this will be a really focused physical space in which we're building the operations of serving our customers. The Customer Service Center really gives us the opportunity to lead by example. It will be staffed by your constituent service liaisons, and we appreciate the time that you're willing to allow us to share. It'll be staffed by staff members from Human Resources. I will take a shift. Emma will take a shift. So the County Manager's Office is all in, as well as our Board of County Commissioners, to stand up and staff a center that eventually our goal is will become a one-stop shop. We have historically referred to the physical space as the kiosk, just in case you all are wondering, where is she, what is she talking about? We will set up the opportunity for customers to come in and use our computers. We will have printing and scanning available. We will have public information that we can share with them. We will bring our own problem-solving skills to help our customers to find what they need. We will change our phones so that when people call in, currently the place people call when they don't know who they're calling is the County Manager's Office. That will shift and come into Customer Service Center and then be routed appropriately. One of the biggest things that will happen in this Customer Service Center is data collection, because right now we don't know what we don't know. We know our customers need us. We know that they deserve respect. We know that we want to really help them reach a resolution. And that's about all we know about their needs right now. We can guess, but what we will really focus on is collecting good data, making sure that we have recorded who's come in, what did they need, how did we get there, and did we find resolution? And so we'll be seeking ways to, and we have some big ideas that I'll share with you, ways to collect that data and ways to really implement and improve our communication with our customers. And of course, as you well know, this is the first update. You're going to hear many more from me over the years, I expect. But we're looking to leverage technology when we can to free us up to provide human contact when that's necessary. We're looking to open offices whenever that's possible, often and hopefully most of the time without requiring an appointment, if something is basic, right? And then when we need an appointment, having the Customer Service Center be available to help people get the appointments they need. We'll be looking to improve and enhance the information that's on our website so that not only can we help a customer once, we can teach them where they can find that information for themselves the next time. And for those of our customers who don't want to find it on the web, they can always walk in and we'll find it with them and give them what they need. I want to share a quick example of one of the ways that we've begun to leverage technology. I've been working with the Building and Development Review Division of Growth Management for several months, and those folks have historically maintained a record of who they're working with in a notebook, a physical notebook. We were able to work with IT and develop a call sheet so that it in fact is a quicker and more efficient way to record who's come in, who's emailed, who's called, what did they need, What did we have to do to accomplish that for them? It allows us to then go back and look at that data and say, where did we get hung up? Is there a pattern in the things that are harder for us to accomplish? What is the average time to a resolution for our customers? So by collecting data, we've been able to anticipate problems, train for those, or change our practices for those so that we're really able to serve people before we get to a problem. And so I share this with you because we're really moving towards something like this in all of our departments and certainly in our customer service center, that we have a good record of what we're doing and how we're doing it. And that is going to really include things like accepting work orders, both internally and externally. That right now we have several departments that have work order systems. They work well, but they all look a little bit different. And so how do we streamline those things? How do we make them easy to both enter the data, access that data, and see our progress? I think that the most important thing is the thing that I'm going to end on, which is that this is a continuous process, and we're really committed to continuous improvement. If we ever say, we're all done with customer service, we are not doing our job here, right? And so I just want to share with you kind of the model that we're using to think about our work. We started with planning. That really happened at the very first resolution that you all passed this year, which was to say, elevate customer service to be a priority. We began planning, we formed the task force. The task force spent a lot of time thinking about what we do, how we do it, and what our vision is. We then began to make some plans, some actual plans that we could put in place, and we've just now moved into the doing phase. For us, that doing phase is opening growth management to the public, collecting data, standing up a customer service center, all the ways that we can try out the ideas that we came up with and collect data to see how they work. The next step will be to check that data, to talk with our customers, to call people up and say, hey, we can see that you were here and it looks like we did what you needed. How was that? What could have been different? So checking as we think we've found results for opportunities to continuously improve. And then the A in this model is act, but I also like to think of it as adjust, because we will continue to make that adjustment as we move forward in this process. So I think as I finish my presentation and stand for questions, that I would like to say, we're really just getting started.
Any questions or comments?
I have a, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Thank you
Commissioner
so
Bustamante.
much. I am so appreciative of this effort. I think it's really wonderful. I love the involvement of staff in creating the logos, and I just know that it will make a world of difference for the community members and the people we serve. So thank you for your good work, and thank you all for the participation in the effort, for those of you who've taken time out of your regular day to want to see things run better. Thank you.
Thank you. And you are absolutely right. This is work that cannot happen without the connectivity that we all bring.
Commissioner Green?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Cindy. I do appreciate the work towards customer service because, you know, a lot of complaints can be, you know, alleviated with the basics, right? Some of these things are just acknowledgement emails and data collection so that when somebody, it gets passed on, that there's continuity of information, and, you know, it's not, you know, somebody's notebook, right? It's like, it's a digital file, and as we do go to ERP and CRM and other software platforms that can help us pass things on, that we're a much more modern operation. Question I have is about the kiosk. I know that there has been some concerns from our staff, and considering that we have staff of one each, and there's the risk of us losing that staff for 20% of their time. I'm wondering if there is an alternative plan out there to create a sixth liaison, as it may be, to be that person at the front desk, right? And of course, staff can fill in, you know, and be knowledgeable, but not really take 20% of our capacity away from us, because I cherish my liaison, and I'm sure all the other commissioners here do too. And given our budget availability, this seems to be the entry point for the next liaison, right? When we have a vacancy in one of our liaison positions, that would be the person that would be the ladder up to liaison. They've been working, they know the kiosk, that front of house sort of, and they've shown the great customer service, and they would be the first person to go fill in for a vacancy amongst our team here. And I wonder if there's an appetite for that, what we might need to do to facilitate that, and to make sure that, we don't do with less, and some of the team feels like they're getting more support, as opposed to feeling like they're being sort of given a task that they didn't necessarily sign up for.
I appreciate your question and concern. And again, thank you all for sharing your staff with this initiative. We heard that concern and have created a schedule that in fact is not 20% of your liaison's times. Folks will now have 1 4.5-hour shift per week. So we were able to really bring that down from a full 8 hours in an effort to address exactly your concerns. One of the reasons that the constituent services liaisons, who are so extraordinary, are such a nice fit as we begin is that they are experts, not only in delivering customer service, but also in knowing the county. And so as we begin, and I certainly can't speak beyond that, as we begin, we need people who can help us figure out what we need to build, how that will work, where the needs are. And I think, as I said, it is a continuous process. And so certainly we will constantly be doing, checking, adjusting, planning. For now, the addition of your staff, the HR staff, the CMO administrative staff, really allows us to not bring someone brand new in, but to bring those experts in to help us figure out how to make this customer service center work. So I appreciate that you all have shared your staff, and I certainly appreciate that staff that's bringing their expertise to the table.
Can I ask who fills in the other 3.5 hours? And so 20% goes down to 12%, but still a hit. But what fills in the other 3.5 hours?
I'm doing a shift. Human Resources is taking a shift. Emma's taking a shift. I think that might be all of us. I think that might cover it all. I think there's one shift that will rotate each month so that a liaison will take one more shift. But I can't say without looking at it. I apologize.
Okay. I still feel like we have the budget to do that 6th person that could rotate as well, right? But
we will certainly, as we collect data on how this works in every capacity, bring that back to the table.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. I appreciate the effort on this. It's important to us. And I think Commissioner Green had some good points about trying to spread out the work a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the support.
All right, we're up to number 9, matters from the county manager, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. Really have 3, but 2 very interrelated updates for the board. First, I do want to acknowledge all the hard work that went into the county fair the previous weekend at the beginning of August. Santa Fe County Fair Board Chair Monica Laurie, I believe the name is, reported generally that the fair ran smoothly and expressed that the Fair Board is appreciative of the county support staff, and a particular shout out for the portacools to the show barn to help keep temperatures at a reasonable level. So did want to acknowledge all the folks at Public Works, as well as the work of the County Fair Board in terms of putting on a good fair, and I regret that I wasn't able to make it as I was out of town. Secondly, I wanted to alert the board to the fact that we did receive 2 separate grants from the Department of Finance and Administration to help pay the salaries of firefighters and EMTs, as well as our own correctional officers at the adult detention facility. So the numbers I'm going to give you are dispersed over a 3-year period, but the amount awarded was $787,000 for the hiring and paying of salaries for firefighters and EMTs, and $918,750 for correctional officers. So we'll be working with Chief Black and with the warden to develop a plan relative to those funds, but did want to recognize and alert the board to the fact that we were successful in securing a not insignificant amount of support in the public safety salary area. And those are my updates. Thank you.
Thank you. Matters from the county commissioners. I can't remember. Who wants to go first? Mr. Hamilton.
I mean, if you're looking for volunteers, first of all, congratulations to the county on getting that much support for fire and the public safety in the adult detention facility. That's really wonderful to hear. And then I wanted to do a small, very, very, very brief follow-up on the issue that that has come up multiple times, and that the state is working on an initiative. I've now participated in 2 information gathering and working meetings. This is the fire and the wildland urban interface and issues with homeowners insurance. So it turns out State Forestry and Laura McCarthy is kind of taking the lead in this, and they're working with the state office, the insurance office, the Office of the Superintendent of Insurance, and with fire departments and emergency managers all over the state, and many other experts, including some of the institutions that do the research on what's needed with fire. First of all, I wanted to remind everybody that our county and our fire department is participating in that, and they're doing a really good job. The state fire marshal is participating in it. And after this second meeting and information gathering, the things that are being done, I've been working for decades and have participated in lots of things like this, and I am just so impressed with the substantive way the whole group, but led by Laura McCarthy, is going about this. They're asking real questions. They're making real, demonstrable progress. What they're doing is practical and trying to make a real difference. And I really just wanted to throw out that how impressed I am and grateful that they are making this effort for something it is definitely an issue in my district, where there are, wildland urban interface neighborhoods that are losing insurance cover. Individuals are losing insurance coverage, and I think this has a real possibility of coming up with some practical solutions and making a real difference for people. So I just thought everybody would be interested in it. That wasn't just like one meeting that was a really nice thing to do and nothing's happening. They are at it, making some real progress, and going after some real practical solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. I had the opportunity of going to the county fair, and it was so precious. I walked up to the kids who, I think it was last year, when I was just surprised and honored and had these kids send thank you cards. So I introduced myself to our little 4-Hers, and 3 of them jumped in and wanted to give me a tour, and it was just precious. The takeaway from that was how knowledgeable these kids, besides the fact that they're mostly out of Edgewood, which is my district, I'm going to give you that, though we did have one in Commissioner Green's area out of Nambe, but one of the big issues with this bird flu, and I don't make light of this, avian bird flu is something that you barely want to, we're not going to be able to contain this thing, right? It's problematic. And this little teeny one, she said, the chickens are over there, we won't visit them because we're protecting them and us from the bird flu. And I asked for more information, and they were so knowledgeable. It was so precious, and I think we have great things ahead of us because they're what's coming up behind us. So that was really wonderful. The next thing that I have been volunteering on the La Cienega Volunteer Association, and went to a presentation by the lieutenant from the the La Cienega volunteer group, and had a request that I've since provided to our county manager to just help folks have a little more support, because they pay for their own pants, they pay for their own shoes, they're willing to show up. And she said, could you take this? And she had printed out a website, I think is what it was, or a list, I can't recall, but she said there's some things that would be wonderful if the county could cover it. Pants alone are $65. Most of our volunteers buy their own, not only buy their own, but buy used. And some don't necessarily have the funds to do it, and we need younger, stronger people in a town that's very expensive. So that's my pitch, but I'm really honored to be able to have been there, understanding also why the big association efforts to get donations to support them so that they have snacks when they're spending all day there, to just have a meal, to take care of people who are volunteering to take care of us. And I was impressed and solidly committed to supporting their requests, because they had done it for another group and I had happened to be there, 100 Women Who Care. And they weren't picked to get the money. So they're asking everywhere we go. So donate, I'll help you. The next thing, so they're wonderful, the Volunteer Association. And then lastly, the LEPC kickoff was good. We are really lucky to have someone as insightful, qualified, and clearly has a ton of experience in rolling this type of initiative out. And it was just very well done. Just explaining something that has been somewhat heated, right? A lot of people have a lot of concerns and they're letting us know. But to give people the background and information that they're going to need, we'll all need, to be able to get this document done and really evaluate the risks that come with being in the county. So those were the big efforts that we've had in the last 2 weeks, and it's been a go-go. You all know what go-go's are. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Where to start? So I guess I'll start with the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area. I want to cordially invite you to the Culture and Creative Visual Art Festival, which will be happening at Los Luceros on September 13th from 6 to 8 p.m. And this is we invite you to join the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area and the Department of Cultural Affairs for the second annual Culture and Creative Visual Arts opening reception. This is something that our executive director has started, and I feel like there's been huge leaps and bounds with the Northern Rio Grande Heritage Area, and they are doing really great work for art and culture in northern New Mexico. Next, I want to mention that we had a wonderful retirement party for Rick Carpenter, who has been the BDD facility manager, somebody who I have worked with since 2006. When we first started the Buckman project way before I was a commissioner, and something that I have cared deeply about, and I am honored to serve on that board. There are many things that we need to do, and I know we're working on the MOU with DOE, which is a really important MOU that we have for the Buckman direct diversion, especially in regards to sampling and being able to make sure that we are closing the diversion when we have runoff from the hill. On that same note, I have also been working with the Department of Energy's Atomic Legacy Preservation Network, which is a group of people, and I was happy to host them here. They came a couple weeks ago, and I have been working with them on making sure that they recognize one of our all-time great artists of New Mexico, Tony Price, who is uniquely characterized as his work is all from the legacy project of Los Alamos. In the 60s and 70s, he went up to their salvage yard and acquired parts that were left over from nuclear weapons. They no longer do this. They no longer have surplus material. But in his time, he was able to make incredible art. His work is in many collections, including the Museum of New Mexico, the Roundhouse, and in 2009 or 10, we had a show at the UN of his work during a non-proliferation treaty, and they are very interested in possibly showing his work in some of the DOE facilities, and this is something that I have been working on for quite a long time. Unfortunately, Tony Price died in 2000, but his work is incredible to the legacy of Los Alamos. And then my next coffee and tea will be August 24th, and I am doing it around the issue of crime in the city and county. The village of Agua Fria is surrounded by the city, but we still have a serious problem at 2500 Lopez Lane that is a hotbed of criminal activity. I know earlier Commissioner Bustamante mentioned women being a problem, but there is trafficking of women that is happening at this 2500. There is a tremendous amount of crime, and it's continually going on, and I am hoping that our clean and lean ordinance will finally kick in, something that should have been done a while ago. We have had numerous problems with people trying to change the ownership, but the criminal activity continues there. It needs to be basically wiped off the planet at 2500 because it is such a detriment to the constituents around there. So we will, I have invited somebody from the sheriff's office. I hope that maybe Elias from the county will come. And I think I've invited Representative Tara Lujan also. And I think we need to just talk about this subject because having Mr. Wilson, who was murdered in Best Buy, is an incredible threat to our community, and we need to do everything that we can to make sure that the issues of criminal activity is reduced in our city and county in whatever means that we can. My next coffee and tea is August 24th from 10 to noon at Reunity Resources on San Ysidro Crossing at the Reunity Farm. And on a happier note, you can come to the farm and get wonderful food, and it is a complete circular farm from compost to incredible vegetables. And then I want to thank Mike Hart for coming to the Agua Fria Village community meeting and talking about the projects, talking about the river trail and the sidewalks that we are building in the village on Lopez Lane, the Agua Fria wastewater project, the sewer project, and how we're moving forward with that. And I really appreciate Mike Hart and the work that he is doing as a project manager, and he's very knowledgeable about all of these issues. So thank you, Brian, for having him come to my Agua Fria Village meeting. And I think that that's all that I have. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Commissioner Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So after the meeting, our last meeting, I scurried up to Espanola to attend the governor's public safety town hall meeting that went, I showed up a little after it started, and it went until about 10:30 at night, and it was a pretty dramatic scene up there of anguish and appeal for help in any way possible. But one of the comments was made by the mayor of Espanola was a thank you for the sheriff adding patrols up there. They said that his police chief and the folks in the area up north had noticed that the sheriff's department had increased some patrols up there. So I did share that with the sheriff, and I wanted to make sure that that was publicly made. But you know, crime is definitely top of mind, and while we hear about crime being down, a lot of that has to do with unreported crime, right? You know, so a lot of crime is not being reported because police don't respond, and that was, I know, in cases that I know about and personally involved in. You know, we couldn't get a response from the police, and so you know, sometimes data can be wrong. You know, we're not actually reporting everything that's out there. I'm sorry to see that the Chupadero team that came here today have left, but I did want to say that I was up there yesterday to speak with the Mutual Domestic Board meeting and want to thank Kurt Temple and Ambra Baca for attending the meeting with me. As mentioned by the folks from the Roy Balls, we do need to follow through and make sure that we take over their water system as authorized in the 2012 resolution that predates us all. And so I promised them that we would look into a pathway forward and that we could figure out a way to do it on a timely manner and give them some clarity as to when we might be able to do this. So I look forward to working with you all on that. In the case of the Chimayo post office, as you may remember from the last time, we received hundreds of petitions requesting that we did not offer the Benny J. Chavez Center to be a post office. In an effort to answer the constituents' request to follow through with Mrs. Jaramillo, the owner of the old apple shed up there, and the esteemed Rancho de Chimayo. I met with her last week with an architect and a contractor and some of her staff and some constituents up there to look at the facility that she had said would be made available, and started to look at the ways that we might be able to help them make that available to the post office administration so that they could assess that and see if that was a better and more viable facility. There's no answer yet on that, but I do want to put that on our radar, that we are supporting the Chimayo community with saving the post office was the primary goal of offering the Benny J. Chavez Center. And we were not trying to, as they said we were, throwing the seniors out into the street. That was never our intent. One concept that has come forward that I would like us to look into, and it is considered somewhat of a best practice in different jurisdictions, is the creation of an on-call engineering budget. We currently have a problem sometimes here when every single individual, very small engineering's PER or small engineering project has to go through procurement, and that can take 6, 8, forever months to get these things through. And some of these things are pretty small, but some of them just big enough that they have to go through the full procurement process. And I know the city of Santa Fe has an on-call budget with one of the 3 local large-scale civil engineering firms. I think that would be a great solution for us to create a pool for that, and maybe even have an open PO with all 3 of them. There are only 3 engineering companies that basically work in this area anyway, so we might be able to create an expedited process with that, and I encourage us to look at that to see if that would make things move faster. Maybe at about the same price, maybe even better, who knows. But it would be great to do it, especially because projects seem to be held up in the procurement process. So lastly, 2 things about homelessness. As you may have heard, the homeless encampment up in Espanola that was in Rio Arriba County was removed, and everybody was moved out of there. It looks like a lot of the folks have resettled into Santa Fe County, many of which on tribal land and some of which are in non-tribal land, but in Espanola. But nonetheless, it's causing some anxiety and some environmental destruction up there. And so having a conversation with the mayor a few times in the last few weeks, and the governor of Santa Clara, I think we have an opportunity to convene the stakeholders, everybody from public safety to service providers to housing management people to governments in the area, everywhere from the state, from the governor's office to the legislature to Rio Arriba County to Santa Fe County and the city of Espanola, to really look at a way to address the situation in Espanola. And I look forward to helping set that up and convening some sort of working group to deal with this. And related to that, the Ancorum Foundation has reached out to me to look at a tour of some facilities here with looking at a solution for what is called a one-door model for a homeless campus. This model is similar to the Gateway Center in Albuquerque that we took a tour of a few months ago, and is definitely a step in the right direction as compared to the current Pete's Place solution, where folks are only given a shelter overnight, but then are put out back on the street every morning. And that does not seem to be the best practice these days. And the one-door model seems to be the way to go with this. And so I encourage us to participate with the City of Santa Fe and the Governor's Office and Ancorum Foundation and all of the players that are interested in this to try to find a workable campus, maybe only for the short and medium term, because Pete's Place needs a new location urgently, but also to help them work on a longer-term solution that we would go search for
legislative financing to create a campus that does everything from emergency housing and navigation to behavioral health support to mental health support to job training and everything that allows people to have a safe space that really, and wraparound services that provide a 24/7 solution for their situation. And I really like the one door concept, and I hope that we can be a part of coming up with a solution with that. Thank you very much, and off to you.
Thank you. There's a couple things in my district. September 15th, we're having a meeting in El Dorado with the Public Service Department just to talk about all of the public service projects in that area. And then eventually we're going to have a meeting on the Route 14 projects. Well, basically the road projects to make Route 14, Bonanza Creek Road, and Shenandoah Drive safer. In regards to the housing, I have noticed there's a lot of interest in housing the homeless lately. And the Gateway only works if there's a place to go. But Pete's Place is going to present at the next meeting regarding their desire to find a new location, so at least we'll know what they have in mind. And there's a couple problems, like you've noted. They only keep people overnight. It doesn't do overday. But also, I think that, they have the affordable housing that we're building. We need vouchers, and the state could come in with the vouchers if they were willing to address it. They have a linkages program that provides vouchers specifically for homeless, mentally ill people who are a lot of the problem. But also, I think, in addition, we need a separate site that is only permanent supportive housing for the slightly more difficult to house people, and provides a one entrance building doesn't allow the drug dealers in. It protects the people inside from that sort of distraction. And so I think there's a lot of pieces floating around out there, and hopefully we can help pull them together and only we may be a part of it. The city and state need to be joined in too. But anyway, that's interesting. So with that, we can move on to the next thing. Any other elected officials?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So as you may know, we are quickly approaching the general election. Voting starts Tuesday, October 8th, and it just feels like it's around the corner. We have over 500 UOCAVA voters, and those are voters who are voting either by military or overseas who've already signed up for a ballot. The nmvote.org absentee voter portal is now open, and if people want to request an absentee ballot, you can request one. We aren't necessarily processing them right away because folks do sometimes change their registration, so we're hoping to get closer before we start processing those, so that way those ballots go to the correct location. We've been working very hard on getting our absentee process faster this year, and we have our large format sorter that's going to be installed the week of August 26th. So we're hoping to be able to utilize that to have a more automated absentee ballot system that will check in all of the ballots, because we are expecting a very high voter turnout this year. We know that the Democratic Party is going to be having a voter rally that first day on Tuesday, October 8th, and we do expect a very large line from that voter rally. So those who are in 100 Catron, you've been forewarned. There's going to be a lot of demand for parking, and there's going to be a lot of people waiting to vote that first day of voting. I'm expecting about 17,000 absentee ballot requests. I'm expecting about 82% voter turnout. So we are expecting to be slammed this election. So a little patience goes a long way this election, because there's a lot of enthusiasm out there. I have probably, as you know, been busy working on voter policy nationally. So I went to the National Association of Counties and I got a permanent platform change for elections that includes the word funding, continuous improvement, and also introduced the concept of Americans with Disabilities Act for the first time in the national platform of the National Association of Counties because it did not exist before. I also introduced 6 resolutions that were passed unanimously and a 7th involving the Postal Service. You may know that we are experiencing Postal Service changes at the national level, which would have pushed our mail to be less responsive, I would say, in our rural areas, in our rural counties. And a fellow district court clerk from Texas and I introduced a resolution to request that before the Postal Service changes our service, they talk to the counties before doing so. And I've had several meetings about that, and we're hoping to make sure we push that initiative to protect the ability to vote by mail, and also for rural counties to get the services they expect throughout the country continuously, not just during the election, but afterward, because I know this is part of the 10-year plan by the Postal Service, but we cannot afford to see even further delays, like 2 to 3 days in some of our rural communities. They need their medications, they need their mail to arrive on time. So this is something we're seeing nationally that we want to push back on. I also went to the Partnership for Large Election Jurisdictions. You might know that I'm one of the founding members of that organization. There was 6 of us to start, and now there's over 100 organizations. They're local county officials, but they're comprised of the top 3 election jurisdictions in each of the 50 states, which means that we represent 80% of the voters in the United States. And we had a successful convening, and we're hoping to make sure that we are keeping abreast of some of the challenges of being a larger county in states, because most counties have 2 to 3 election officials and they don't have the kind of challenges that a large operation has. And so we need to make sure that when we're changing voting laws and we're changing operations and making new requirements, that we are also acknowledging that larger counties have much more demand and much more challenges in order to make sure that every voter can vote. At your local New Mexico Board of Directors meeting, I think last week, I was your representative. We re-elected Adon Mendoza as the treasurer, and we were able to pass all of our local, so our GIS affiliate is actually based in Santa Fe, and we were able to get the GIS affiliate's legislative priorities approved, as well as the clerk affiliate priorities approved. So we're hoping for a successful legislative session to make some changes to things that we have found to be challenging regarding elections, mapping, and making sure that we know what the boundaries are of things. So that's what I've been working on. I've been quite busy. I still have to go to Election Center early next month. And while I can't announce what the award is, it is considered the Super Bowl of elections, and we did win our first Election Center award. So, we've been working very hard to be the beacon of excellence in New Mexico, and the amount of awards that we've received this year is really a reflection of that, and I'm very proud of my team. So, hopefully we'll have a successful election. If you have any questions, please go to santafe.vote. And I'm looking forward to a hopefully smooth, knock on wood, election in our general 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and look forward to the elections. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, County Clerk, for the work that you did at NACO. As you know, I love NACO, and I have been really happy to be part of it. And even though I did not apply for any positions on any boards, NACO showed me some love. I am still a member of the Rural Action Caucus and until the end of my term, and I think that that was very kind of President Gore, who I am friends with. And the fact that Clark got resolutions passed, I got resolutions passed, shows really the importance of Santa Fe County, and that it is important for us to participate on that level, because that is what NACO is for. It is a lobbying organization, and the more resolutions that we can get passed and lobbying for the things that we support and believe in is really important. So I just want to say yay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other elected officials online, perhaps?
Mr. Chair, there are elected officials online, but I don't see them indicating that they'd like to speak.
Okay, well, elected officials online, this is your last chance to raise your hand. Okay, no raising hands? Okay. Then we will move on to the matters from county attorney, and I might mention to those of you in the room, we're going to have our executive session, so the public hearing will probably happen in 45 minutes to an hour from now, so you have a chance to get up and stretch and go get dinner or whatever. But go ahead, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'd ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant, as allowed by Section 10-15-1, excuse me, H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights, as allowed by Section 10-15-1 H8 NMSA 1978. Specifically including Board of County Commissioners for the County of Santa Fe versus Turquoise Trail Association, et al., First Judicial District, case number D101CV 2023-01243. And I think you're right, Mr. Chair, it shouldn't take too long to discuss these items.
Okay, do I have a motion from Commission to?
Sure, I move that we go into executive session to discuss the items that were just described by our county attorney.
Second.
Okay, we have that motion from Commissioner Hamilton, seconded by Commissioner Green, and we need a roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante. Yes. Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
And Chair Hank Hughes.
Yes. Okay, so we will be back as soon as our executive session is over. we will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved, stating that we only discuss the items that we were meant to discuss.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I think no opposed, right? Okay. And then you had a motion, Commissioner Hanson. Do we need to go to Jeff first?
Mr. Chair, I can go ahead and give a little bit of background on this item, which is 11B. So for this one, staff is requesting authorization to amend a petition in Board of County Commissioners for the County of Santa Fe versus Turquoise Trail Community Association, Inc., et al., First Judicial District Court, case number D101CV 2023-01243, to add a fee simple condemnation by the county of 1/10 acre of Turquoise Trail Community Association land, which is needed for a county road extension of Avenida del Sur, and as well as approval of a settlement agreement in this case. Just to provide a little bit background on these items, as you know, the county has a condemnation action pending to acquire certain property from the association for the purposes of a public walking trail easement. This trail, I think it's referred to as the Arroyo Hondo Trail, is located within the Community College District and has been really a part of the county's long-term planning for 30 years or more. And I can share my screen just to give you an idea of where that trail is located. So this is a map from 2008, so it's a bit dated, but just to give you visually where we're talking about. NM14 is on the left, the highway NM14, as well as Avenida del Sur to the south. And you can see the Turquoise Trail Association subdivision here. The trail is actually depicted in the top of the screen here, north of the subdivision, and it keeps on running throughout here as eventually it will be built out. So that is what is the subject of the current condemnation action. And recently, the county and the association reached a tentative settlement subject to the Board of County Commissioners' approval. And the basic details of that settlement agreement would be that the county would pay $25,000 for this easement, as well as another piece of property that is needed for a separate project. And I can show you that on this next screen. This is, again, Avenida del Sur, and then you have Turquoise Trail. This map is looking a little different because it's more recent. But then there's a required acquisition area here. It's just a small 1/10 of an acre. This little triangular, almost triangular shape here is needed for this Avenida del Sur extension that will help connect Ascensia as well. So this is a very important piece of the puzzle to the Avenida del Sur. So we wanted to get that added. It's also association property. So essentially we'd be having the two properties, the trail plus this little area here, and paying $25,000 to the association, which are within fair market value ranges for the property. In addition, the county would agree to pay up to $30,000 for fencing and screening within the county's trail easement. So that would also be a part of the deal. And these terms were agreeable to the association, and the staff would also recommend approval of these two items in 11B. And I'm happy to take any questions as well, Mr. Chair.
Are there any questions? Now you can make your motion, I think. Commissioner Hanson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I request authorization to amend petition in Board of County Commissioners for the County of Santa Fe versus Turquoise Trail Community Association, Inc., et al., First Judicial District Court, case number D-101-CV-2023-01243 to add a fee simple condemnation by the county of 1/10 acre of Turquoise Trail Community Association, Inc., land needed for a county road extension of Avenue del Sur, and 2, approval of settlement agreement for this case.
I'll second that motion.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green and
you wanted to
myself.
do that, yeah.
So I'll take the second.
You can take, yep.
Seconded by Hughes. And all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? None opposed. That mission, that passes. And now we move on to public hearings, 12A. And the first one is case number 24-5130, Essentia Holdings LLC, primary and final plat approval.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner. There are 2 items on the agenda today for the same project, but with different sub-phases. May I combine both items into one public hearing?
Fine with me. Is there any reason that can't be done?
Just for clarity, is that combining A and B, 12A and 12B?
Yes.
Jeff, is it permissible to combine these two when they were listed separately? Attorney
So
Green?
Mr. Chair, so I was curious as to why we were combining these. I guess they are for efficiency purposes, but
Yes.
just curious.
So it's okay? And it's okay from the applicant?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the applicant is okay with that.
Okay.
Okay.
We will do A and B together.
Thank you.
The public hearing.
Well, we will do a public hearing, yes.
That's what they're asking to combine. Correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Well, we'd have to do, don't we have to do both presentations before we have the public hearing? You're doing
So I guess
presentation of both before we do the public hearing?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner,
Is it, I guess my
Yes,
question is there
as I
procedure?
understand what was being asked for and supported by the applicant and not hearing any objection from anybody in attendance, is there would be a single presentation by staff followed by a single presentation by the applicant, followed by a single public hearing on both items that are before the board. But ultimately, you would take 2 separate votes, as they are 2 separate requests by the by the applicant. But for efficiency purposes, you would take all relevant evidence from all parties and the public at one time. That was my understanding.
Right, we'll vote on them separately, but hear it all at once. Okay.
Is there, if I may ask, is there a sequential thing that one needs to be approved before the second one? Not in terms of 2 motions, of course, but is there one that needs to be approved before you reopen to have 2 separate things? Is that something that would be a procedural?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, no.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've settled that. Now go ahead.
Thank you. Essentia Holdings LLC, applicant Jenkins Gavin Inc., agent, requests preliminary and final subdivision plat for proposed Essentia development phases 1C, which consists of 78 residential lots with 12 affordable units, and 1D, which consists of 84 residential lots and 13 affordable units of the 4-phase Essentia development. The 51-acre parcel is located within the Community College District. The subject property is located at 137 Camino Vista Grande, SDA 1 within Section 30, Township 16, North, Range 9 East, Commission District 5. Case number 245130, Essentia Holdings LLC, preliminary and final plat approval for Phase 1, Subphase 1B. Essentia Holdings LLC, applicant Jenkins Gavin Inc., agent request preliminary and final subdivision plat approval for the proposed Essentia development Phase 1, Subphase 1B, which consists of 102 residential lots with 15 affordable units of the four-phase Essentia development, and approval of the affordable housing agreement for Phase 1, Subphase 1B. The approximate 49.9 acre parcel is located within the Community College District. The subject property is located at 137 Camino Vista Grande, SDA 1, within Section 13, Township 16 North, Range 9 East, Commission District 5. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, paragraph 5 under summary shall be removed. The history of the project is as follows. The applicant is the owner of the property as indicated by warranty deed recorded in the records of the Santa Fe County Clerk on January 31st, 2013, recorded as instrument number 1695241, by special warranty deed recorded in the clerk's Santa Fe County Clerk on December 23rd, 2021, recorded as instrument number 1975421, by special warranty deed recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk on October 5th, 2020, as instrument number 193-01188. The total 57 plus or minus acres were created by approval survey plat recorded in the Santa Fe County Clerk's office under Book 435, page 26, Book 444, page 19, Book 548, page 9, Book 541, page 25, and Book 866, pages 32 to 33. On April 12, 2022, the Santa Fe County Sustainable Land Development Code hearing officer met and heard this case for the 710 lot residential subdivision to be completed in 5 phases. The applicant also requested a variance of Chapter 8.10.3.12.1 of the SLDC to allow only single-family homes rather than a mix of housing types required by the code. The decision of the hearing officer was to recommend approval of the applicant's request in accordance with staff's recommendations. On June 16, 2022, this request was presented to the Santa Fe County Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, based on the evidence presented, recommended denial of the request for the conceptual plan for a 710-lot residential subdivision. Their decision was based upon concerns regarding the proposed density, where the water supply is coming from, as well as the required road connection with Vista Del Monte and the amount of traffic that will be generated by the development. This decision is not in accordance with the adopted CCD plan or CCD overlay within the SLDC, which requires higher density, or with the SFC CIP, which includes the connection of Vista Del Monte to Avenida del Sur. Therefore, staff does not concur with the PC recommendation. The Essentia conception plan was approved by the Board of County Commissioners on September 13th, 2022, and recorded on June 5th, 2023. The applicant is now requesting a preliminary subdivision plat and final subdivision plat for Phase 1C to create 78 residential lots with 12 affordable units located within 19.2 acres, and for Phase 1D to create 84 residential lots with 13 affordable units located within the 31.8 acres. The applicant is requesting a preliminary subdivision plat and final subdivision plat for Phase 1B to create 102 residential lots with 15 affordable units within the 49.9 acres. Both applications have been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards as set forth in Chapter 7 of the Sustainable Land Development Code and Ordinance 2017-7 as follows: access and roads, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, solid waste, affordable housing. Staff's recommendation. Staff has determined that these applications for preliminary and final plat for Phases 1C, which consists of 78 single-family lots with 12 affordable units, and 1D, which consists of 84 single-family lots with 13 affordable units, and Phase 1B, which consists of 102 single-family lots with 15 affordable units of the four-phase Essentia development to be developed in a single phase, is in compliance with the subdivision and design standards set forth in the SLDC, and therefore recommends approval of the applicant's request, subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, may I enter these conditions into the record for both items?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Condition 3 shall be removed for both items with an additional condition to be added for both items as follows. Affordable housing agreement must be heard at the next regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioner meeting on August 27th, 2024. Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hanson.
So you're removing mass grading of the site will be prohibited? Item number 3.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct.
So you're going to allow mass grading of the entire site?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct. That was for a previous project.
I don't agree with that. I don't like the fact that we've combined these because it's incredibly confusing. I understand the public hearing could possibly be the same, but if we're removing the mass grading of the site will be prohibited and noted as a special building condition on the recorded final plat and transferred to any other plats associated with the village of Las Campanas. I don't know. This is what I'm reading, and you're saying it's for both of them.
No, A and B, not C.
Oh, what's that?
Okay, so you need to tell me where you are and what plat you're reading from, or what case you're reading from.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that was just a mistake. This was for a previous plat, so that doesn't pertain to the Essentia development.
Clearly it doesn't, because Village of Las Campanas does not exist in this development, but I still am concerned about allowing mass grading.
But that, number 3 says mass grading is prohibited. So if you remove that condition, then you allow mass grading.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners,
Okay, just tell me which one you're reading from. Are you reading from A or B?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the notes are the same. The note needs to be changed to read, mass grading of the site will be prohibited as noted as a special building condition on the recorded final plat and transferred to any other plats. The rest of the language associated with the Village of Las Campanas shall be removed, not the entire note.
Say that again and explain.
And tell me where you are reading from. What page number?
Page number 8.
On A or B? Or does it matter?
It shouldn't matter. The note should be the same
Well, it's
or
on
condition.
7.
7 is still the same condition number 3, and on page 8 is condition number 3.
So mass grading of the site will be prohibited and noted as a special building condition on the recorded final plat.
Period.
Period.
And then you're taking off the part about the Village of Las Campanas, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, correct.
But the first part of it remains.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair, this
Yes,
raises a
Commissioner
concern
Bustamante.
for me. If it's documented, where would it be officially scratched from that being? It's a question of being naive. So number 3 is standing, so it stays there. Mass grading the site will be prohibited as noted, a special building condition as recorded on the final plat, period. And where would we receive the final that transfers out the other part of Village of Las Campanas?
So Las Campanas is in my district.
Right, it has nothing to do with it. Like, part of me wonders how this would be a appropriate document.
We would make a motion that we accept the taking out of that last phrase.
Thank you.
So it would show in the record how we passed it. Any other questions? Okay, I guess we now have the applicant's presentation.
Yes, thank you, Chair Hughes. Oh, that's a little too loud. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, great. Good evening. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin here on behalf of Essentia Holdings, and I'll go ahead and get sworn in. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Daniel. I do. Jennifer Jenkins, 130 Grant Avenue. Thank you. So I am pleased to be here for Phase 1 subdivisions for the Essentia community. As was mentioned, the conceptual plan was approved back in 22. So we're really excited to be moving forward with this really important step to creating some more housing in Santa Fe County. So I have a pretty brief presentation I'm going to go through and then be happy to stand for any questions. And I'm assuming you guys can see the presentation on your screens, is that correct? The only thing you can't see if I use my pointer, it doesn't really, that's the only, that's the only downside, right? So as the owner developer of the property is Essentia Holdings, as I mentioned, Jenkins Gavin is the owner's representative. Engineering services are provided by Bohannon Houston, and landscape architecture provided by Yellowstone Landscape. So as Jessica mentioned, we are in the Community College District, which means we are in Sustainable Development Area 1. This is Santa Fe County's primary growth area. And you can see on the kind of the blow up where Essentia is located in the context of the overall district. And here, this is the Community College District land use map. And you can see Essentia there. We are kind of at the southwest corner of Rancho Viejo. We are obviously not part of the Rancho Viejo master plan, but we are directly adjacent. And we are located at the current terminus of Vista Del Monte at our northwest corner. And this is the circulation map that we can see here. So there were several kind of planned roadways through this area that are being incorporated as part of the Essentia subdivision. And then here we are in the existing conditions. The property is vacant and undeveloped. So at the northwest corner, there is Vista Del Monte, which will become the future extension of Avenida del Sur that currently terminates at Avon New Po, right in that location there. And so the extension of Avenida del Sur out to Highway 14 has been a really critical element for the transportation planning for the Community College District. So we're really excited to be involved in supporting that really important improvement for the entire area. So we're just zoomed in a little more, and you can see the surrounding roadway network. This is the Turquoise Trail subdivision that County Attorney Young was speaking about in that little area there. And so again, this is that new Avenida del Sur extension, which is going to come in through the north side and run across the north part of the property there. So the entire Essentia community is 277 acres. We are in a village zone of the Community College District. The program includes 510 single-family homes and townhomes, as well as 200 multifamily dwellings. We are constructing the project in 4 phases. Of course, 50% of the for-sale homes will be set aside for affordable housing, resulting in 78 affordable homes for the county. Over 50% of the property is being dedicated as open space in compliance with the Community College District regulations. There will be 4 neighborhood parks as well as almost a 7-acre community park and a robust trail network throughout the open space that will connect to the Community College District Trail in the area. So this is the Essentia conceptual plan. It was recently amended. We changed some of our phasing. So we originally were approved for 5 phases, and now we're just decided to do 4 phases. And so this is this. So the parcels that we're talking about this evening are all the northern phases here. So we've broken phase 1 down into 3 subphases. We have 1B, 1C, and 1D. And then as we move further south, we have phases 2, 3, and 4 along the southern half of the property. So this kind of makes it a little more obvious. We color-coded it a little bit. What we see in orange here is kind of what we're calling the backbone infrastructure for the subdivision. So Essentia Holdings, as the master developer, is responsible for constructing the backbone water and sewer, and as well as via Essentia here. That and then when the individual phases are developed, they will connect to that infrastructure. So the backbone infrastructure we're calling phase 1A, but then the subdivisions we are here to discuss this evening are shown in the blue, the green, and the purple. And there are 4 proposed access points that will eventually serve this part of the property. Of course, the main access is via Essentia, which will be off the new roundabout to be constructed as part of the Avenida del Sur project. And then we have another connection here out of phase 1C up to Avenida del Sur. And eventually there will be a connection out to the east to connect to Avan Nupo out to the east. And then, of course, the west extension of Avenida del Sur. So this breaks down the data for each phase. So these 3 subphases total a little over 100 acres with a total of 264 homes and 41 affordable homes, in addition to the open space and park areas and trails that I mentioned previously. And so this, you can see all of the phases there together, and that is inclusive of, there'll be a neighborhood park in phase 1B, and there will also be a small neighborhood park in phase 1D. So zooming in on phase 1B, in the northwest corner, coming in off Avenida Essentia, there will be 2 access points to Via Essentia, and then kind of a loop roadway system throughout, and the neighborhood park here. And you can see the trail system that runs along the west side, and then of course creating those trail connection opportunities into the internal sidewalk network for the phase. And then across the street we have phase 1C, which has 1 access point here that is directly across from the access to 1B. And then we have the access that goes out to the north. And so, as you can see, one of the things we're really trying to avoid here is we're avoiding dead-end roadways. You'll notice there's really no cul-de-sacs. We really like the connectivity that provides not only for vehicles but for pedestrians, and it breeds more of a community feeling in the neighborhood to really avoid those dead ends. And then at our northeast corner is phase 1D. That includes a neighborhood park. And then this is that future connection out to Avan Nupo is here. And then you can see those trail connection opportunities through the open space here to the south. And we are designing a spectacular community park for Essentia, which we are really, really excited about. There's actually a significant amount of native vegetation within the park already that we are going to be preserving and really highlighting. We're here really just to supplement the native vegetation that's already there and to create something that is very natural and native for the community. And with shade structures, lawns, play areas, and trail systems, it is going to be a really special place. So as part of the development of Essentia, we are extending a gravity sewer line that is going to extend from the southwest corner of the Essentia property. This is going across the north boundary of the state land, because this is all the state land in here. And then it kind of works its way down here, a little bit circuitous just because of the terrain in this area, and eventually will cross under Highway 14 and connect into the county's wastewater quill treatment plant. And so this is a really important and significant improvement for this part of town in terms of providing county sewer service to these outlying areas. And so this is a full gravity connection that will be constructed at the expense of the Essentia project and dedicated to Santa Fe County. And also, this actually shows up really well on here. So subsequent to the conceptual plan approval, Santa Fe County and Essentia Holdings entered into a roadway agreement that documented, and it came before this body. It was probably just a couple of months ago, I believe. And the roadway agreement was approved that outlines, roles and responsibilities with respect to the construction of Avenida del Sur. So Essentia Holdings is contributing $2 million as their fair share contribution towards this construction project. As part of that, they also are paying for the engineering design. The roadway we're just about to hit 65% design on the road, and that design is expected to be complete in November, and then we can be put out to bid. So Santa Fe County is a fully funded project. I believe Brian Snyder is back in the meeting virtually if there were any questions for Mr. Snyder from Public Works. But we're really excited about we've had a really great collaboration with Santa Fe County to ensure that Avenida del Sur is constructed in a timely manner. So there it is right there. And this shows, and we also are dedicating right-of-way that will allow for a potential future connection to the south. Should that state land be developed, there will be an opportunity to create that type of vehicular connectivity through our main north-south roadway here via Essentia.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question while we're asking? There's an eastern...
Wait till she's done.
Okay.
I'm almost done.
All right.
Okay. And so when we did the conceptual plan, of course, we prepared a traffic impact analysis. And so these are the intersections that were studied. So starting from the west, we're at the Highway 14, 599, and Vista Del Monte intersection by the Alsops. And then going up to number 2 was Rancho Viejo Boulevard and Highway 14. And then within Rancho Viejo, we have Richards Avenue and Rancho Viejo Boulevard, Avenida del Sur and Rancho Viejo Boulevard. Then we have number 5 as Avanupo and Avenida del Sur. And then lastly, we have the proposed connection at Avenida del Sur and via Essentia. So I think most of you are familiar with how traffic studies and the data is analyzed, and it's based upon a level of service. It's sort of like a grading system when you were in school. A means you have very little delay. It means an intersection functions incredibly well, all the way down to F, which is an unacceptable delay, and meaning the intersection does not function well. So, and everything in between. And there are different standards for, there are different standards for signalized intersections than there are for unsignalized intersections. So in accordance with our conceptual plan approval, we have to update our traffic study with each phase of development. So accordingly, we did brand new traffic counts last April, and we submitted an updated traffic study for these phase 1 subdivisions. And as you can see here, we have the existing conditions. So these are the levels of service at the morning peak hour, the morning rush hour, and then in the late afternoon, early evening rush hour. And then we show once you put the phase 1 vehicles on the roadways, that is the new level of service. And then projecting forward to full build-out in 2033, we have new levels of service. Now, the full build-out, this is the part of this that's likely going to change as conditions change. And so that is why with each phase of development, we update our traffic counts. We look at other projects that may be being developed in the area, and so we can include those projects into our background traffic. So as we move forward through this, it's kind of an organic process. So it maybe in phase 3, for example, is there going to be potentially a new off-site improvement that might be warranted as part of the phase 3 development? That is something that will be determined once we submit our updated traffic study for phase 3. So we're taking this down in kind of small bites. So clearly the levels of service are really quite excellent for this initial phase. And then when we come in with our next application, we will analyze it again. And we will continue to analyze it to ensure that the roadway network has proper capacity for the project. So from a scheduling standpoint, as I mentioned, the design for Avenida del Sur is slated to be wrapped up in November, which is, again, a very exciting milestone, and then it'll go out to bid at that point. We're hoping to break ground on the backbone infrastructure by the end of the year, and then subsequently, early in 25, starting the infrastructure work for the, on-site within the subdivisions themselves. And this spring is when they're planning to break ground on the Avenida del Sur extension project. And then we would wrap up the subdivision infrastructure at the end of 25. Avenida del Sur would be slated to be complete in spring of 26. And then we would start building homes also probably around Q1 of 26. So Avenida del Sur extension will be complete before we put one vehicle on the roadway. And that completes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Commissioner Green, you have a question still?
Two things. So first one is going back to that site
Yeah,
plan.
I'll go back.
One more. There
This
you go.
one?
Yep.
Yeah.
So when we look at phase 3 and we see a cul-de-sac, you mentioned that you were trying to avoid dead-end streets.
I mean, there's
Got to be a
it's
cul-de-sac
not
somewhere.
really, it's a loop. Just because we have to have an emergency turnaround
No, I understand.
right here,
But there's a road that your neighbor to the east or to the west.
To the west.
Is a road, and it seems like that should connect through as another potential.
It is not a connection that is contemplated on the conceptual plan. And it is, that neighborhood is a different development pattern than what we are proposing. It's one of the older existing neighborhoods in the community college district, larger lots, a little more of a semi-rural community. And so with the construction of Avenida del Sur and all the other connections that we have going off to the northeast, it did not feel like that was critical for us to send vehicles into that neighborhood.
Okay. And then construction of all of the infrastructure that happens before you start home construction would be before Avenida del Sur is completed. So how would that be trucking through to get here? All the way through the community college area? And from
No, we actually are working with Santa Fe County Public Works in terms of coordinating that, because obviously when this is under construction, we can't be on top of each other in that regard. And so we are working on coordinating that, and so that's like I said, that's one of the coordination pieces that we're working with Public Works.
When you say not a single car would be there, you're saying not a single residential car, but all the construction traffic would go other ways.
I mean, they are county roads. There is a potential for some construction traffic through there because we just are having to.
And it would go by the community college or by the IAIA in that way to get to the project.
Technically.
Yep. Okay. Just being clear.
Yeah. I mean, there are multiple connection points.
Are you going to delineate a construction route?
We will. But
What is that?
When is that? That would have to be done prior to issuance of any development permits. So we would have to, again, work through that with Santa Fe County Public Works. And all of the traffic control and the construction staging and the access and everything would be part of the development permit review process prior to breaking ground.
We have no say in that unless we decide to say that and come up with something right now.
That would be my understanding, because yes, development permits are administratively
Would be
reviewed.
our administrators.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Just to be clear.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think, well, one of our earlier conditions was that you complete Avenida del Sur so that there wouldn't be so much traffic through Rancho Viejo.
That's correct.
And the building of it, yeah.
That's correct.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Hanson.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
All right, Bustamante first.
Thank you for this. Where is the water coming from for the ponds?
Oh, you know, from a design standpoint, we are working, that's a stormwater, we're incorporating the stormwater passive water harvesting and the landscaping within the park. So we are not preparing to fill those ponds with any sort of potable water. So we're passively irrigating and collecting stormwater within the park as a means to irrigate the landscape and also to support stormwater harvesting.
And the water for the community is coming from?
Coming from Santa Fe County, there's an existing 8-inch water line that we are connecting to serve the project.
And there will not be potable water or groundwater in the ponds?
No, there will not.
Thank you.
Mr. Hanson?
So, do you own this, or who owns this Estancia? Does it
Essencia
say-
Holdings is the entity, and it's Price Land Development is the development entity that is essentially Essencia Holdings. So it is not Jenkins Gavin.
And so who is Price?
Price Land Development.
Yeah.
They are a development entity out of Albuquerque, and they do work in Albuquerque as well as a lot of work in Santa Fe, doing subdivision development.
Do they have names?
Yes, Garrett Price.
Okay. So on this map that we're looking at the moment, there's a black line that has, is this the first phase, and this other section?
So we are up here. This is all phase 1 up here at the top. And my apologies, this does reflect the previous phasing before we tweaked the phasing a little bit. So my apologies for that. But yes, we're all here.
Okay, so I don't see the park on this.
The park is right here.
No, I see that park. I'm talking about the neighborhood park.
And there's a neighborhood park
I see
here,
that.
and the neighborhood park is here. Here, let me just go to a better slide. So this is, we're on the east side. That's the
Okay.
neighborhood park in phase 1D.
And how big are they?
That park is, that one I believe is about an acre, a little over an acre.
Okay, it seems incredibly dense, and very little parks. And, I know you have this nice big community park, which 7 acres is not really that big, same size as Patrick Smith, but this is a very dense subdivision. And it seems that it would be good for people to have a little more open space.
So we have 140 acres of open space.
I know you have open space outside the neighborhoods, but I'm talking about inside where it's like incredibly dense. I see the trailheads. I don't quite see how you would get to the open space. I see one place where there's a place for a pond. So I guess there's
So we
another
have,
trail.
yeah, we're showing trail connections. Like, for example, there's one here. It's a corridor, you know, between the lots that gets you to the sidewalk network. We have another trailhead here that creates those connection opportunities. And then we have another one here. In addition to, there are sidewalks on both sides of every roadway. And so there's great access into a very robust trail network, and then great access into the community park itself.
And so these ponds that are going to have stormwater and non-potable water, are they going to be open?
It depends on the depth of the pond. So if, you know, the shallower areas and, you know, the ponds will be reclaimed and vegetated. So to the naked eye, it just should look like a depression in the landscape. But if we, any of the ponds that are deeper, would be required to be fenced. And I don't have the terrain management plans at my fingertips, but our goal is to keep them as shallow as possible so they really blend into the landscape. But from a code requirement, if anything's over 3 feet deep, it would have to be fenced for safety purposes.
Yeah, so I'm assuming that there's going to be children in this subdivision?
We certainly hope so.
So having ponds, you know, are
Yes.
A main attraction to
Mhm.
children,
Yes.
unless something has changed in the world. And so it concerns me, like, the water's not potable, but how clean is the water if children are going to be playing
Sure.
in it? Yeah, I mean.
I think these are stormwater retention ponds, really.
They're stormwater retention ponds, and they are required to, the water has to be gone in 24 hours. So that is a terrain management requirement, that the water has to percolate into the ground within 24 hours. And so, and like I said, these are, you know, there should not be any form of any significant standing water in these ponds at all.
Okay, I'll hold the rest of my questions till after public hearing.
Yeah, any other quick questions? Okay, let's go to a public hearing then.
Thank you very much.
If people can, I guess, raise your hand if you're going to speak on this issue. No one's going to speak?
Yeah.
All right, one person. So come forward and you'll be sworn in to speak.
Mr. Chair, would
Yes.
you like me to have a timer ready for this?
Yes. Sorry, 3 minutes you get to speak, and pull the microphone down.
I just had a couple of questions.
Can you raise your right hand?
You have to
Excuse me, ma'am.
go
Can you
through the
be
whole-
sworn in?
Pardon?
You have to be sworn in. Before you can speak, you must be sworn in. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Judy Petrick, 30 Paseo del Fondo, Santa Fe.
And that you are under oath? You understand that you are under oath?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, now go ahead.
I just had a question. Are these going to be condos primarily or single-family homes? And how big will the dwellings be?
I guess, yeah.
So the homes will be single-family detached, and they are going to range in size from 1,200 probably upwards to 3,000 square feet. And then there'll be some townhomes. I think that's in phase 3. We're proposing some townhomes, which would be attached product. And then we are proposing 200 multifamily units in one of the phases as well. Probably not going to be apartments. We are working with a partner right now to do actual individual, like casitas, that would not be in like a large apartment building, but they would be for rent, but they would be individual dwellings, but they would still be for rent. Yeah, it's a little bit of a different model. But yeah, doesn't look like we're going to be going the apartment route on this.
Do you think, do you have an estimation for,
You need to speak into the mic.
for the part that are affordable housing, what the cost would be?
What the home prices
Uh-huh.
would be? They're going to range from probably the low 200s to the low 3s for the affordable units. And if somebody wants to tell me I'm not getting that right, please chime in. But I think that's definitely, I just don't have the figures at my fingertips. But
Okay. Will there be any kind of financing to help people who need affordable housing?
there are some, we'll be partnering with local affordable housing nonprofits, and they work with the home buyers. They have to qualify them because they have to be income qualified. Like, you can't make too much money to qualify for the homes. And then they work with them on financing as well. So there's some really great organizations in Santa Fe that we'll be partnering with on that.
And one last question, based on the issue of water, which is an ongoing issue in Santa Fe and the West in general, it sounds like a fair amount of city water will be demanded for this development.
Yes, and we're under on county water, but we are, we have, goal is using county water, which protects our aquifer. So we are not, drilling wells.
What will be the water source?
The water comes from the Buckman Direct Diversion in the Rio Grande.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, anyone else in the chambers consider making it? Okay. Dan, do we have anybody online?
Mr. Chair, we have Christy T. wanting to speak.
Okay. Unmute her and we'll go ahead.
Can we
Just to
see
be
her?
sworn in, of course.
Christy, we would need you to raise your right hand, but we can't see you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Christy, you'll have to unmute yourself, I think.
She...
Did you send her the request to unmute? Okay, well, we'll come back to her later. Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. There's no one else online, right? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and go back to commission discussion. Mr. Hanson.
So the traffic engineering study, it didn't look very good for the first phase. Is that correct?
I think it looks really good, but I'd be happy to pull it back up so we can refer to it.
Okay. Is C acceptable?
Okay, there we go. Let's just get over to that. So this is, in phase one, when phase one is, these three subphases are complete at our two signalized intersections, which are 14 and 599 and 14 and Rancho Viejo Boulevard. In the morning, we're operating at a level of service C, as well as level of service C in the PM, and then we have B and B. And then the other intersections, the unsignalized intersections, operate at A and B. So we have fantastic levels of service.
So it's 14 and 599 where the problems are.
Yeah, probably in later phases, what we're probably going to be looking at is probably some signal timing optimization is probably going to be warranted at that intersection at a little bit later in the process. I'm not sure which phase is going to necessarily trigger that, but that is really the solution there, is to optimize that signal timing.
Any other suggestions for improving it?
Commissioner Hanson, I know that the second intersection there, 14 and Rancho Viejo, has one of your favorite traffic circles being proposed sometime with one of the affordable housing projects across the way from a roundabout. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, the second one is not the problem. I think 599 is the problem.
Yeah. So at this point, I do have my traffic engineer on the WebEx if he wants to add anything, Carl Vermillion. But the signal timing optimization is really, that's kind of the low-hanging fruit as far as more vehicles from Essentia are on the roadway and more vehicles from other surrounding developments are on the roadway. That's really the first thing you want to work on, and you want to get that part handled. And then in the future, if it turns out there's other physical improvements that might need to be made to the intersection, that can be. But the signal timing is where you want to start.
Okay, so the multifamily you were talking about. Are you thinking about duplexes, or are you thinking about?
Yeah, the project isn't designed yet for phase 2, but we're looking at it kind of what would be called a build to rent model. So they would be, there could be a combination of detached dwellings and maybe some duplexes, for example. And but it's about creating a pedestrian environment. It is rental product, but it is not what you would call a traditional apartment project. So we feel like that really fits in. It's really something that I think is really needed. It is highly desirable. We're about to break ground on the first of its kind in the city, in Los Solares. But this is something, like I said, it's really desirable. It's great for people who want to downsize and stay in the community. And it's a really good housing option. And so that's the direction that we're going.
Yeah, I've seen some of these in Rancho Viejo. Warren Thompson has been building, but they're duplexes.
Yeah, and that could be part of it. There could be a combination of single units as well as duplexes, for sure.
And all this denser housing is phase 2, right?
That's phase 2, correct.
It already seems quite dense with not a lot of amenities, just my observation.
Supposedly that makes it affordable. Go ahead, Commissioner Green.
Thank you. Can we look at the park for a minute?
Sure.
Specifically, when we look at the site plan, the full site plan, the park looks a little smaller than it could be. There's, when we zoom out a little bit, there's space to the north of it and space to the east of it.
Let me see if I have a bigger drawing here.
Yeah.
Let's just pull up the
right there. But I mean, that would be good enough.
Actually, here's the conceptual plan.
Sure, perfect.
So, yeah.
So that whole island in there where the community park is just a little part of the egg yolk in the middle of that fried egg, that whole area could be a park.
This whole area?
Yeah, right? I mean,
technically,
yeah.
Yes. This is what we are proposing aligns with our approved conceptual plan. It also aligns with the park and open space requirements of the Community College District Ordinance. And here's the thing. This neighborhood is 100% responsible for ownership and maintenance of this park. So bigger is not always better when you spread out the improvements. We're trying to preserve native open space here, create a very robust trail network, and with housing in this level of market rate housing, you have a 15-acre park. Nobody's going to be able to afford to maintain that. So we're trying to build something that is appropriate, provides proper amenities for this community, but is more low maintenance. So this park is beautiful and well cared for years and years to come, because Santa Fe County is not taking care of the roads. Santa Fe County is not taking care of the open space or the trails. So this one neighborhood has to foot the bill for all of it.
So what amenities are in the park?
Well, let me go back to the park.
So what phase are you building the park in?
It's going to be built in 2 phases. So a portion of it's going to be built now, and then a portion of it, I think, the rest of it gets built in phase 3, I believe. Let me go back. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. So what we have here, We have a nature play area here. We have a lawn area. We have a little outdoor stage, so you could do programming here and have music. And then we have a tot lot, so kind of a different play area for real, smaller children. And then we have stormwater harvesting that really serves as kind of even an educational opportunity. And it also gets really lush in terms of the landscaping, so it really creates a beautiful area. And we have a pump track and walking trails. We have shade structure that kind of overlook the stormwater harvesting areas. And of course, supplementing the existing landscaping with some additional vegetation.
I hate to ask, no pickleball?
We are not currently proposing pickleball.
Okay, just because I look at the demographic of 710 homes in the community
this
college
is probably
district.
very much a pickleball demographic. However, in our recent experience, the people living right there are not going to be thrilled about the pickleball because it is incredibly noisy.
I live near pickleball. It's not noisy.
I'm sorry?
I live near pickleball. It's not that bad. And it can be designed appropriately. But I mean, really, it looks like this, while that is a park, it really looks like less than a quarter of it is even landscaped, right? It's that lawn, the tot lot, the nature area, and a little bit of street trees. And it really, that to me is the park, right? The rest of it is just open space with trails and ponds in it, which is the rest of what you're talking about across the rest of the site.
Well, we're trying to strike a balance between passive outdoor recreation opportunities and more active recreational opportunities. So yes, this area here to the south is really focused on obviously children's play, which is really important, as well as the lawn area and the stage. And then we have passive, and for biking and walking through the park, and then connecting out into the broader open space. And this is not final. It is something that we are working to finalize now because it is going to, a portion of this is going to be constructed as part of the backbone infrastructure. So I appreciate your feedback, and we're happy to incorporate your commentary for sure.
I think, so then a couple more questions about the park, but where's parking for the park?
There is on-street parking on all the roadways. So there's going to be, obviously we're not parking on Via Cincia, but on the adjacent roadways, there's ample on-street parking.
And so there's not going to be a single parking lot for
Not
event
currently,
space?
but we could absolutely look at that for sure.
And I think that
Yeah, a
once
small
visitors
parking area
are,
could be advisable, for. But we can absolutely look at that. I think that's a good suggestion.
especially when you have a stage and things like that, you need some event space. If you're going to have an event thing, you need to be more than the visitors and pissing off the neighbors. You've talked about pissing off the neighbors.
Yeah, right, everybody park.
Have all the people that come to the park go park in front of their
sure.
house.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so having some neighborhood parking for that. Yeah, and all of that area in this diagram is irrigated, this whole thing, or is it just that little area around the lawn that's irrigated?
We are, for any new plantings, absolutely will be irrigated. Some of the areas that we plan for temporary irrigation until the vegetation is established. Probably down here, we would have more permanent irrigation. And then for the additional plantings around, we would do temporary irrigation with the goal of, we're using very native vegetation here. So we could pull that irrigation and those plants would thrive on their own.
Well, I love native irrigation. I do love a good shade tree too. And so finding ways to really have little oases along in this area, not just one singular spot.
Exactly. And that's a big part of the kind of the ponding areas as well, is that really creates, collects water and feeds the vegetation in those areas as well.
Okay. And then are there any other amenities that are planned for this that are public amenities, or all the rest of it is just sidewalks and...
Yeah, there are no other amenities planned.
There's no clubhouse for 710 because,
No, there is not a clubhouse planned.
Okay. No commercial, not a single lot available for the off chance that somebody wants to open a coffee shop for the neighborhood?
No, there is no commercial available.
it would be so nice to be able to walk to something if you lived here, right?
It would be. It would be. Unfortunately, I do not believe that there are enough rooftops to make something like that viable.
There's a college and there's a school and there's 710 homes. There are small towns in New Mexico that are smaller than 710 homes that have a coffee shop. So you can easily do that. It may not come with the first build out, but over time, reserving an opportunity for somebody to see the market evolve and reserving that one lot for that, so that when dynamics change and people go, my God, this is such a great walkable community, if only, right? Whether it's mailboxes, a shipping location, something that becomes a commercial amenity that's changeable. Maybe it's 2 lots, honestly, at the end of the day, that it's a doctor's office. It's something that allows for something to emerge and not be excluded from the development. Not saying mixed use, 15 lots, a 10,000 square foot big box, or 40,000 square foot big box, but 2, 3,000 square foot maximum commercial lots near the park, so people could get a sandwich, go out to the park, get a coffee, just make it more dynamic and not just a bedroom community. And give us gross receipts, because we need gross receipts in Santa Fe County.
Yes.
But anyway, just an idea. I really would love to see that. Maybe it's in the further phases, closer to the southern part of the park. It looks like most of your park costs are in the later phases, which I don't necessarily think I like either, but something to make it a more dynamic community would be.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Any other questions, Commissioner Hanson?
I agree with Commissioner Green on this, of, the whole idea of the community college district was to have mixed use, mixed neighborhoods. I know that it hasn't bared fruit in Oshara, but at least we have the Pantry Dose, and that has become a very popular restaurant,
And it's fantastic because Pantry Dose is on Richards Avenue, and the amount of drive-by and vehicular traffic that Pantry Dose is exposed to. Pantry Dose does not rely on Oshara. The Oshara residents get the benefit of it, but it by no means relies on those rooftops.
And it took us a long time.
And it took a long time.
To get anything there, but it is nice to have commercial, ventures, and that was part of the idea of the community college district. So I'll drop it at the moment, but I don't think I'll ever forget that.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Well, since it's my district, I'll make the motion for the first one anyway. I make a motion that we approve the case number 245130, Essentia Holdings LLC preliminary and final plat approval for Phase 1, Subphase 1B, Essentia Holdings LLC applicant, Jensen Gavins Incorporated agents, request 1, preliminary and final plat approval for the proposed Essentia Development Phase 1, Subphase 1B of the 4-phase Essentia Development, and 2, approval of affordable housing agreement for Phase 1, Sub B, and the approximately 49.9 acre parcel located within the Community College District. The subject property located at 137 Camino Vista Grande, SDA 1, within Section 3O, Township 16, Range 9, Commission District 5, with the exception that the referral to Las Campanas in condition 3 be removed.
Second.
Mr. Chair, if I could interject just one second before voting. I believe in the chat we did receive public comment. And I would
Okay.
ask that Daniel help us with that if he can, just before you vote, so that it's included.
Sure. Go ahead
For the
and read the
record.
comment.
All right. Mr. Chair, this is from Christy T. She was having trouble with her audio. See if I could turn this.
We're wondering if we can accept her comment, given that she was not sworn in and we don't have her address.
We don't have her address or last name, and she hasn't risen her hand to swear the oath.
And now we're getting in the, Mr. Chair, that she has raised her hand, but it is difficult to communicate. It sounds like she's having a hard time with the speaker and mic.
There she is unmuted now.
Let's
Can you
see.
hear me now?
There she goes.
Yes.
There she
Oh, we
is.
hear her now, so go ahead
Okay.
with the.
Yes, Christy, we would like you to swear in. Are you able to be on camera so we can see your hand, or no?
I don't think so. I'm having issues with my audio. I'm barely on with my phone, so
Okay, well, we're going to take your word for it that you're raising your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Christy Thomas. Address is 15 Lewis Lane, and I know that I'm under oath.
Okay, thank you.
Tell me, can I start?
Yes.
Okay. I guess my concern is, and I would just like this to be addressed, is just how all of the construction traffic is getting to this, as somebody earlier said, egg yolk. This is an egg yolk of a whole entire community around already developed, properties. So my concern is how, and has there been enough thought process put in to the traffic that is going to amass to get to this project? And how it's going to disturb the actual neighbors and what's already existing here.
Is that your comment?
Yes, that's my question.
Thank you. Would you care to address the question that she asked, Jennifer?
Thank you, Chair Hughes, Commissioners. So as mentioned when discussing this particular item with Commissioner Green, we are working through the details of the construction access with Santa Fe County, because they're going to be out there building Avenida del Sur while we're doing our on-site work. There are, one of the options is Camino Vista Grande at our southwest corner. It's a county road. And a public roadway that we could use in a temporary fashion. That is one option. Options going out to the east, but I know that Rancho Viejo expressed, and when we were going through the conceptual plan process, that they did not want any construction traffic coming through Rancho Viejo. And so we are, trying to drill down on that and doing that in collaboration with Public Works to identify the best solution.
Okay, that's
Okay,
not
and the
much
second
of a-
question is if you're choosing to use Vista Del Monte, which is the road coming off of Highway 14, all the way down to enter your development, which is right next to my house, are there plans to take care of that road prior to you doing construction?
Yeah, absolutely. So we would be responsible, whichever roadway that is utilized for this purpose, because unfortunately, you have to be able to get to your site. So that you can't build a community without being able to access the community. And so we would be responsible for the maintenance of the roadway and any repair that would be necessary when construction is complete.
Okay. We'll close public hearing again. And I guess we'll go back to the vote. Are there any more comments before we vote?
I guess at this, we're not talking about phase 3, where phase 3 is adjacent to the park and most of the park is being delayed until a later phase. So is that going to be the next, I guess my question is the park, the completed park, going to be before phase 2 is, as a part of phase 2? Or whatever the next phase is, because there's some fungibility in your language here.
Yeah, so it is, the intention right now is that the balance of the park is because part of the issue with the park is that we have to have enough revenue in the homeowners association to maintain the park. So if you only have, 30% of your residents, so you only have 30% of your revenue in the homeowner association, if you build the entire park day one, then you don't have the revenue you need to maintain it. So that's why we're doing it in 2 phases. So the plan is to build the initial phase of the park now. So that'll be complete before anybody's living there. That's important that we have these amenities available.
But there's
and then the balance of the park would be in phase 3.
The amenities in the first phase of the park are just trails. There's no green space, there's no kids' toy tot area, there's no anything really. There's very little maintenance except for the trails in phase 1. And I would say that prior to starting phase 2, 3, or 4, the park should be completed. I know you don't like that, but that's right.
It is incredibly problematic because of the front end loading when you're doing a community like this.
It's not front end. You've got all of 3 phases, 1A, B, and C, or A, B, and D, or whatever it is. Or you've got a couple hundred homes, half the project pretty much built out in phase 1. You should be able to carry the park, or the developers have to carry the park, right? It's part of getting the park done before you do the 2 or 3 other phases, the other 50% of the project. I guess this is a question, maybe not for you. Maybe it's a question for my fellow commissioners.
I don't think it's a question for me.
I have a question also. The 2 smaller parks, do they have any amenities?
I do have, do we have the design? Give me 1 second. I'm going to get you an answer to that.
Seconded?
Did I? No, I don't know. Who seconded?
I did.
You did. Okay, just so I remember.
And so just to be clear, there's a motion and a second that has to be voted on for as is.
Thank you very much for allowing me to confer with my client. So the little smaller neighborhood parks are, they do include play structures and other amenities, so it's not just a patch of grass. So those parks are being developed with play structures and amenities for the community. And then it was just clarified that actually the intent is to finish the park as part of phase 2. So that was the clarification that I was just provided by my client. So if you would like to add a condition that the park be constructed as part of phase 2, that that
phase
is already
2 or whatever the subsequent phase would be, because there's some language here that says phase 3 or phase 2 might happen first. So whatever the next phase is as a condition of approval.
Okay, but the motion is as is, right?
Yes.
Okay, so motion by Hughes, seconded by Commissioner Hamilton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
I'm going to abstain for now because I wish I had the opportunity to get that they were offering. Thank you.
Did you vote?
I'm voting in favor.
Okay, so 4 in favor and 1 abstained, it passes. And we have 1 more, so.
Yep.
Does anybody else want to make this motion, or should I?
I will make this motion then. I will
Right.
make a motion to approve case number 24-5090, Essentia Holdings LLC, preliminary and final plat approval for Phase 1, subphases 1C and 1D, Essentia's Holding LLC, applicant Jenkins Gavin Incorporated, agent, request 1, preliminary final division plat approval for the proposed Essentia development, Phase 1, subphases 1C and 1D, and the four-phase Essentia development, and 2, approval of the affordable housing agreement for Phase 1, subphases 1C and 1D, an approximately 51-acre parcel located within the Community College District. The subject property is located at 137 Camino Vista Grande, SDA 1, within Section 30, Township 16 North, Range 9 East, Commission District 5, with an added condition that the park be completed before any additional phases are approved.
In the next phase.
Any additional phases are approved for
If I
development.
may, Chair Hughes, my apologies. May I offer a slight amendment to that?
Please.
From a standpoint of the development generating revenue, working with our builders, if we could have that condition be as part of the development of the subsequent phase, as opposed to prior, because it's way more workable. If that's,
Would you like to restate that for me, please?
yes. So the community park shall be completed as part of the development of the next phase of development.
I'm good with that, if that is okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that.
Okay, I think the motion should also approve the removal from condition 3, the part about transferred to any other plats associated with Village Las Campanas. Is that okay?
That is okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Green, seconded by Commissioner Hanson. Any other comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, that one passes unanimously, and we move on to public hearing C, case number 22-5130, Robust Development LLC, Conejo Hills. And that would be Ken Quintana.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. Before you today, we have Robust Development LLC, requests a 16-lot major subdivision. As the applicant, Liaison Planning Services, the agent, requests approval to create a 16-lot subdivision of a parcel of land consisting of 40.66 acres of land within the residential estate zoning district, which allows for 1 single-family residence per 2.5 acres. The proposed subdivision is a Type 3 major, which consists of 6 to 24 parcels, where any parcel is less than 10 acres in size. The applicant also requests approval of the affordable housing agreement for 1 required affordable lot. Summary. The current owner of the property acquired the property by warranty deed recorded as instrument number 1966917 in the Santa Fe County Clerk records dated September 27, 2021. The 4 parcels of land were created by approved survey plat book 463, page 9 in the Santa Fe County Clerk's records dated December 19, 2000. The applicant requests a major subdivision approval to create a 16-lot residential subdivision of a parcel of land consisting of 40.66 acres within the residential estate zoning district, which allows for 1 single-family residence per 2.5 acres. The applicant also requests approval of the affordable housing agreement for 1 required affordable lot. This application has been reviewed for compliance with the applicable standards as set forth in Chapter 7 of the Sustainable Land Development Code and Ordinance 2017-7 as follows: access, fire protection, landscape and buffering, lighting, signs, parking and loading, water supply, wastewater, and water conservation, open space, protection of historic and archaeological resources, terrain management, flood prevention and flood control, solid waste, operation and maintenance of common improvements, affordable housing. Staff's recommendation. Staff has determined that this application for preliminary and final plat to allow a 16-lot residential subdivision known as Conejo Hills Estates to be developed in a single phase is in compliance with the subdivision and design standards set forth in the SLDC, and therefore recommends approval of the applicant's request subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter these conditions in for the record?
Mr. Chair has stepped away. I will ask, are there any questions initially, or do we have public comment? Enter it, please. Yes.
Thank you. I stand for any questions.
Any questions? Okay, do we have anyone in the, okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's see. Well, I'm going to wait for my questions until applicant does their presentation.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions from the commission? Okay. We have public comment?
No, the applicant.
The applicant. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening. Hello. Would it be possible to raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. For the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Dolores V. Hill with Liaison Planning Services. My address is P.O. Box 1835, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87504, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
Shall we wait till Mr. Chair gets here, or shall I begin? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will begin. Here, let's start with this. Site vicinity map. Yes, sir. Thank you. Hey, good evening. As you know, my name is Dolores V. Hill. I'm with Liaison Planning Services. I represent the applicant, Randy Edwards, who is with Robus Development, LLC. Let's see. For the record, Mr. Edwards is in agreement with the conditions of approval as stated in the staff report. And I would like to turn your attention to the vicinity map so I can show you where the property is actually located. It's located and addressed as 11, 12, 17, and 18 Sendero de Ensueño, Santa Fe, New Mexico. It is approximately 5 minutes north of Camino La Tierra, as shown on the vicinity map. The actual way to get there is you would take New Mexico 599 from 285 west to Camino La Tierra, and then you would take a right going north to Fin del Sendero, and from there you would take a left on Paseo del Paisano, and then north to Paseo de Pajaro. The property is currently comprised of 4 lots. Each parcel is vacant. Each parcel is approximately 10 acres in size and a total of 40.66 acres, and lies within the Residential Estate Zoning District and Commissioner District 2. If they could change this to the site plan now, I'd appreciate it. Would I be able to do that? Oh, thank you. It is crooked. Okay. I apologize. I don't know if he can turn it around.
He can turn it.
Thank you. And maybe zoom in a little.
I think he has to rotate the view.
Yeah, when I saved it, it was actually upright. Almost there, almost there. There we go. Thank you. For the record, this request is for an approval of a 16-lot Type 3 major subdivision with each lot less than 2.5 acres, which is the minimum lot size for this area. Access to each lot will be provided by 3 privately owned internal easements. Let's see. To the south. To the south is one located and accessed by Paseo del Pájaro, which will be a 38-foot access and utility easement. Yeah, this pointer's not working for me. Anyway, then there are also 2 driveway easements that will be accessed on the east side of the property off of Camino Hasta Mañana, which will be a 24-foot access and utility easements. Each road will be built to county standards and will be maintained by the homeowners. Utility easements will be established and located along these roads. Building envelopes will be designated on the recorded final subdivision plat and are shown on this site plan. The lot coverage is expected to be less than 20% of each lot because they are quite large and there is some slope issues, so we have designated those building areas as you see on this site plan. No signage other than what is required is proposed. For example, we'll have stop signs, of course, and we'll have directional signs, but there's no monument sign for the project. The name of the project or the subdivision will be Conejo Hills Estates. There is no subdivision lighting being proposed, but the lots and all building permit applications will be subject to the county standards for lighting and all dark sky requirements. The open space that is proposed exceeds the requirement of 20%. The required amount is 12.198 acres and the proposed is 13.733 acres. All lots shall be served by shared wells to be drilled pursuant to New Mexico Office of the State Engineers requirements. None exist on the property at this time. Each lot will have their own individual septic sewer systems upon completion of the homes on each lot, and those will also be pursuant to New Mexico State Environmental Design Standards. Also, none exist on the lots at this time. The affordable housing, the component for that is the applicant has consulted with the county affordable housing coordinators and determined that the affordable housing requirements will be met by providing one off-site 0.22 acre lot located nearby at 31 Paseo del Pájaro. No phasing of this development is expected. The applicant will meet county bonding requirements upon execution of the recorded plat. Parking, there are no common parking areas required. So guest and visitors parking will be handled within each individual lot as each home site is applied for and developed. These parking areas will meet all county requirements. Solid waste for the project will be handled through the same regional subcontractor that picks up waste and recycling for all neighbors within this area. It's important to note that there are no variances required. In addition, and also an important note, is the applicant and their consultants met with TAC members at least twice prior to making their submittal. Once on June 17, 2021, and then again on March 3rd, 2022. The TAC members did provide guidance so that the proposed project that you have before you meets all the requirements for a Type 3 major subdivision. Also, the neighborhood Zoom meeting was held on May 25th, 2022. In conclusion, the applicant has taken time and consideration in creating a subdivision that provides the least amount of impact to the neighborhood and which meets all the requirements within the Santa Fe County codes. Also, in light of the fact that the applicant is not requesting any variances from the county, the applicant, Robust Development LLC, graciously requests the approval of this major subdivision application of the existing 4 tracts to create a total of 16 residential lots of approximately 2.5 acres each. Mr. Edwards and his development team of experts is available to answer any questions that you may have. At this time, we thank you for your time, and I ask for questions.
Okay, do we have any questions? Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Delora. Thank you. I'm sorry. Kenneth, thank you. So one thing I'm wondering about is the affordable housing agreement. How come there's 16 units and then they get an extra lot to build a additional affordable housing on?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, the SLDC allows the applicant the choice to do the affordable housing on-site or an optional to do an off-site, meeting requirements of the SLDC. In this instance, the off-site directly south from this project, it meets the SLDC requirements for the affordable housing component.
So they get all their 16 lots plus an extra lot.
Mr. Chair, Madam
And would you just tell us who you are?
Yeah, I was going to swear in and give you my name and my address. And my name is Carl Summer.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and my address is Post Office Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I acknowledge that I'm under oath and speaking to the commission.
You've done this before. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the affordable housing lot is already created. We're not creating another lot for that. It is already created and it's being dedicated to affordable housing, and it's 2.75 acres.
Okay. I don't quite understand how it doesn't say there's 17 lots in this subdivision.
It is not within the subdivision. It is directly south of less than, I think, 100 yards. And it is a lot that's already created in the adjoining subdivision. It's been purchased, and it's being dedicated for the affordable housing and put in the program.
And are you going to build a house on it?
Yes, we are.
Okay. So then my main question is, how have you reached out to the Las Campanas Co-op to connect to their sewer and water system?
The answer is no, we have not. They're not within any distance or availability to this property for sewer service.
Okay. How far away are they?
I think the closest Las Campanas connection is down Fin del Sendero, and then along La Tierra. I mean, it is miles and miles away.
Okay. Then Fenda del Sendero needs work. The road needs work, especially coming right off of La Tierra. As maybe Public Works want to, I mean, the more houses we put in that area, the more traffic we have on Fenda del Sendero. And so what is our plan to fix Fenda del Sendero? Because it clearly needs road work.
I'm not familiar with what the county's plans are. I'm not sure Fin del Sendero is a county road.
It is.
So I don't know what the plans are to improve it.
Is Brian online?
I am, Commissioner. Mr. Chair and Commissioner Hanson, Santa Fe County has state LGRF funding to improve the section of Findel Sendero from Camino La Tierra. As you go down the hill, we are going to be improving that this year.
Okay, so then in the applicant, it also says the fire code is from, that you're complying with the 2015, but I thought we updated the fire code to 2021. Is that not true, or am I correct?
We did update the fire code, yes.
Yeah, so I think that we need to that needs to be updated in the application. And then I did see that you're going to have some additional dwelling units, but it was specified to certain lots. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the answer is yes, that is correct. There will be 3 lots that will not be allowed to have accessory dwelling units, and they will be designated on the plat as the lots that not being allowed to have that.
Okay. And then I noticed there was an arroyo running through this property, and I don't see that on any of the drawings or...
If I'm correct, if you see that swath down the middle of that site plan in front of you, that's the approximate location of the arroyo.
Okay, let me get, so so right down the middle by the road, so to speak, okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have at the moment.
Any other questions before we go to the public hearing? Commissioner Green.
I'll ask, are there any trails or any interconnectivity in the open space to get between the 3 driveways or roads?
I'll leave that to, I'll get our planner up here to answer that question.
Sorry, gotta get my little oath together. All right, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
I'm Randy Edwards. I live at 6 Sunflower Circle, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
So the question was regarding trails. I think we asked if we needed to do that, and we're happy to do that. All of the open space is set up to be able to be used. People use it all the time, so we'd be happy to do that.
Well, one thing to clarify, this is all private open space, and so it's not public open space like the last project that has a fair amount. So there is no trail requirement, no trail connections, but you're saying that
Yeah, we'd be happy to allow pedestrian access through the open space.
Okay, I mean, for your own, right, I mean, they're future
Yeah,
constituents
the
of ours.
neighbors use it all now anyway, so it would be pretty horrible to take that away from them.
It'd be nice to keep that, thank you. Then the next question is that you have that on your property, on that south east corner, you have that hard 90 and then another hard 90. Yeah. Is there a way that you can make that within your site plan a slightly less hard 90?
he's asking if you can cut the corner on the southeast to make the curve a little, the radius a little wider.
So we're not making any improvements to the road on Asta Mañana at the time, but we could definitely do whatever revisions we need to get into the property. But those are on that's not part of our improvements at this time.
He's asking is on the existing roadway where Asta Mañana cuts that curve, goes north.
Yeah.
Is there? I don't know what the location of the road is, but he's asking is can you create the arc so that it does not come to a 90 to a sharp 90? Is that the question?
Yeah, basically. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I think we can. Yeah.
And just like,
Our
I think you're adding a 36-foot easement there. It could, easily be
Absolutely, yeah,
turned
coming in.
into a 60-foot easement and a new design to allow for not a hard 90 and another hard 90, and you could then exit at that Asta Mañana area in a more polite way, and
Absolutely,
the same.
yes, yeah. We definitely should be able to figure that out.
Okay, well, I mean, leave it as a 60-foot easement so you can sort of maneuver it whichever way you can, and then, it's not taking up a building site. It's hopefully it's not an arroyo, or if it is, you'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's fairly flat under, I think, so we should be able to do that.
That's great. Those are like road conditions that I see. You're going to have people that are going to. It's a blind corner. It's 2 blind corners, and it would be better to have a more gentle curve at both of those if you could help that. And since it's on your property, you could help that.
That's right. We can.
Okay, any other questions or comments? We can go to public hearing. Okay, this is the public hearing, so we're going to give you 3 minutes.
It won't take that long. I want to
just-
go to dinner, so.
You have to get sworn in and the whole thing.
She's sworn in, but we're just going to remind you that you are under oath. And we're reminding you that you are under oath. You already swore in, but it still continues.
That's fine, thank you.
Thank you.
Judy Petrick. What I wanted to know is how many wells will there be shared between each house? How many wells will be shared? 4 houses, 3 houses?
There'll be 4 wells for 16 houses, so there'll be 4 lots on each well.
Okay. And all the houses, I presume, are going to meet the standards for having, for fire suppression, they will have the
They
stuff
have to be
in.
sprinklered, yes.
Because there's no close fire
Right.
station.
Correct, that's right. Fire code requires it, and it's on the plat.
And I think it might be wise for you to inform people how expensive the insurance is going to be. Because we live very much in that area, and many insurance companies have canceled the whole area. So they're going to be saddled with a fairly high homeowner's insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, what happened is some insurance sales have moved totally out of New Mexico. We're not as bad as California yet, where it's state insured, but it's
Yeah, let's
problematic.
face your comments into the microphone, and the other
Yeah,
person can
it's
come.
just problematic. And also, the idea of the traffic that he brought out, the curves, and I
To
think
us.
the danger of driving in that area. It really is. And maybe Findel Sendero will be fixed, which will make everybody happy, and because there'll be a lot more driving to do all this. That's your basic access through Findel Sendero, I know. Okay, that's all I want. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else in the chambers who wish to comment? One of you come forward, and then you've got to take the oath and all that.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Anita Warren, 21 Paseo del Halcon, and I understand that I am under oath.
Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Okay. Much better. Okay. Ready, set, go. Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. My name is Anita Warren. I live in Tierra Preciosa community in the Santa Fe County, developed in 1995 under a RUMA agreement. RUMA stands for Road Utility and Easement Management Agreement. I am part of the 3-person management committee whose sole responsibility is the maintenance and repair of the 2.7 miles within our community, which are a combination of paved and unpaved roads. I am a secretary representing Gary Katz, our president, Dennis Snyder, our treasurer, both of whom are out of town, although I do understand that Gary is with us joining the meeting virtually. Going forward, I will oh boy, going forward, I will refer to us as RUMA. RUMA is not opposed to the proposed 40-acre Conejo Hills development of its 16 homes. However, RUMA's main concern is the durability of the roads up to the entrance of the Conejo Hills development with regard to maintenance and emergency access. We are currently working closely with Robus to come to a written agreement regarding the specific roads leading to the development. This evening, RUMA is bringing its concerns before the County Commission so that you understand what needs to be agreed upon before we can sign an agreement with Robus, and that all is settled before the final county sends in their approval. There are 3 areas we'd like to address: traffic impact, paving materials, and damage repair. Traffic impact, Mr. Edwards did present his traffic study to us indicating there were 100 cars that would daily impact the roads. In fact, based on our own calculations, there could be up to 144 daily residential trips plus additional commercial vehicles, including trash trucks on the road per day. The 144 trips is based on 16 homes in Conejo Hills, 20 homes in the Hasta Mañana neighborhood, each with 2 people per house, making 2 daily trips, which results in 4 passes on the road, equaling 144 trips. The section of intersecting roads we are discussing is unpaved and totals 0.4 of a mile. RUMA is requiring that because of the construction traffic and subsequent residential traffic, this section be paved by Robus. Paving materials, number 2. Presently, RUMA has not received specifics from Robus regarding the paving materials it is planning to use. RUMA therefore would like to go on record stating that it requires that asphalt be used and not chip seal for paving, especially since there's only one access road into Conejo Hills. Chip sealing is fragile and requires higher maintenance. All paved roads within our community are indeed asphalt. Damage repair, number 3. RUMA and Robus need...
Your time is up, but can you quickly finish up then?
Yeah, I've got like 3 more sentences.
Okay.
RUMA and Robus need to come to an agreement that Robus is responsible for repairing any damage during the entire construction process and not limited to a specific date. Regarding the paving materials and using quality road materials, we have passed out photos of the roads taken by Tracy Triagle, who is a RUMA neighbor, and I would defer to him now to talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth?
You have to stand by the mic
So we can hear you. You need to stand by the microphone so we can hear you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name's Tracy Triegagel. My address is 41 Paseo del Pajaro, Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I am aware I'm under oath. I want to add to what Anita said about the roadway. I've been a local resident of RUMA now for 6 years. I've lived there 6 winters. I live at the end of Paseo del Pajaro, where all the traffic funnels in from Hasta Mañana and this new Conejo Trails subdivision. It's all going to come together at the end of Pajaro. My construction background is 50 years in the construction industry, 20 years of that in vertical building, and 30 years in road construction. My last 30 years of highway construction industry, I ended my career as an operations manager for Staker Parson Companies in Salt Lake City, Utah. As a large paving contractor, we paved about 600,000 tons of asphalt a year, just to give you a little idea of my background. Our main concern is the wear and tear of this road after we add this additional traffic to it. Okay, presently, it's a hard pack road-based road. Okay, I don't know how deep. I'm going to guess 1-2 feet deep. I don't know. But in my opinion, the roadway it's adequate now, but it's under-designed for the future traffic that we want to put on it. Okay, the easels, if you understand that, the easels of the heavy trucks and the passenger cars is going to increase double. Okay, right now, an example of last winter, kind of a normal winter for around here, if the snow sits on the road for a while and then starts to melt, it'll obviously seep down in the road and get saturated. I've seen passenger cars using the road, creating about 1 to 2 inch ruts in the existing roadway presently. The commercial vehicles, the garbage trucks, FedEx, UPS, and you can't really tell if they're loaded or not, they put 2 to 3 inch ruts in the present road right now. If we increase the traffic by twofold, okay, we're going to have issues. I'm trying to hurry. I recently tried to apply for homeowners insurance through State Farm and was denied. Okay, I was denied one, and they don't understand the road. One, they said it was a private road. Okay, it's not a private road. It's a private road, but for public access. Okay, and two, they wouldn't insure us because of the wildfire danger. I've got a couple aspen trees up against my house that they disqualify us for. But that is something, you know, coming out. During a normal storm cycle, when the snow's not plowed, and RUMA does a good job of plowing it for us, anything over 4 inches gets a grader plowed, but anything under 4 inches doesn't get plowed. So the road going up to Caneo Trail, okay, which is now asphalt, but Pajaro and Paisano are dirt. With the asphalt, obviously, with the heat from the sun and the dark color, melts a lot faster. The road, the dirt road, doesn't melt as fast. It takes four-wheel drive to get up to the top of that road, and I saw a lot of vehicles last winter either run off the road or get stuck on that road. Okay?
Are you almost done? Because your time is up.
So that's it, huh?
Okay.
And the story? That's all I get to present a case of a, I mean, and I want to say something. I want to say, Randy's been real accommodating. You're shaking your head, and I don't, for the record, I don't think that's right, that a homeowner only gets 3 minutes to make a case on something as important as this.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room? Anybody online?
Mr. Chair, I do not see any other users online raising their hands, wanting to speak.
Okay, we have one in the back. Two more people? No one online? Okay. Get sworn in and then make your testimony.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your full name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Randy Weber. I live at 32 Camino Hasta Mañana, Santa Fe, and I realize I'm under oath. Thank you. So as you hear from my address, I am in the neighborhood of this development, and only a part of our road is involved in the interest of the other association. That the other association has the bulk of the road traffic coming into this new development. Camino Hasta Mañana only has a small amount, but we are watching very anxiously on how that traffic is going to be managed, because it's going to double the traffic in the area presently. Because right now, our group has 12 houses, and now there's going to add 16 more, so that's going to double the traffic on these dirt roads leading into this development, which are already stressed. They have to grade them twice a year already, the dirt roads. We have to grade ours every few years, and we spend thousands of dollars doing so. So the roads are the main concern for our group as well as RUMA. And I don't think you can underestimate what is going to happen to these roads when the traffic increases by 2. So everyone wants to see them paved up to the development or even part of Camino Hasta Mañana. I know Randy Edwards is considering doing that as part of the development, but it has to be codified, I think, in a more realistic fashion so that everyone's happy about it. So everyone here is concerned about the roads. The development's presence isn't really the concern, it's the roads. So anyway, that's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think we had one other person come forward.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Julie Tree Eagle, 41 Paseo del Pájaro. I am under oath.
Thank you.
My inquiry is, of course, we're concerned with the roads. That's our number one concern. But we're also concerned with the fire danger, adding more homes in the area. We don't have any fire hydrants that are in close proximity. We're very concerned about that. Insurance is an issue, and probably the biggest concern, I think, is the brush. We are surrounded with a pinon forest, a beautiful pinon forest. And the area that Mr. Edwards is going to be building is pristine open space area. I am also concerned about the area and the green space. Our property overlooks all of the 40 acres, and we've been enjoying that open space for 6 years. This development will greatly impact our lives, not so much the other neighbors. They are indirectly impacted, but we are directly impacted. I'm very concerned about that. Mr. Edwards is very accommodating, and we don't object to him coming in. We don't object to what he's trying to do because he's been very compliant with what we want. But I am a spokesman for the environment. I know that I don't have a very loud voice, but I'm one in probably a few people that feel the same way I do about protecting our environment and trying to conserve what open space we have and eliminating all of this development. Just listening to the Estancia development and all this that's going on in Santa Fe, we are the city different. We want to remain the city different. We moved here because it was different. Please don't allow all of this commercial building and this residential building to destroy what a beautiful environment that we have here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else in the chamber? You already spoke. Anybody else?
Who do I appeal to?
Anybody online?
As are
Nope.
hearing the whole story.
I think we got the point. Let's move to we're going to move to the commission.
Okay.
No, you need to be quiet. We're going to discuss it
Okay.
in the commission level.
So this was one of the issues that I had circled was the road agreement. This seems to be one of the big issues that we are facing continually when we're doing these subdivisions that are especially inside of other subdivisions. And so I want to know, what kind of agreement have you made with the neighbors surrounding this development? Because, I mean, I do see that one road, there's 5 or 6 houses, but the main road down at the bottom has the 9 houses, so there seems to be 2 different or 3 different entry points. So what kind of roads are you going to be building in the subdivision? What kind of agreements have you made with the neighbors to, especially with construction, because that is one of the big issues that we constantly hear about.
If I may, I have a sort of map off of the city's, the county's assessor's map that gives a good graphic. May I hand that out to you all?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
I also have the photographs that were emailed to you all, I believe, of the roadways. I believe these were submitted by,
I think we got those already.
We got these in black and white.
Yeah.
Mr. Summer, will you make sure you're speaking into the microphone when you're, thank you.
I will apologize about that. You raise a very interesting question, and I have watched your all's meetings over the course of the last 3 years in which this very issue has come up over and over again. And it came up most pointedly when Mr. Herdman's client was asked to do a road maintenance agreement with an association that had no obligation to do so. They did that, and you all, I think they agreed to do that. This is not one of those situations. In those instances that you all have been struggling with over and over again, the developer has been developing a piece of property that did not have an obligation to maintain the roadways to its development, and that was creating problems for the people who were living there already and having to maintain those roadways. And you all are familiar with it. I just bring that to mind because that's not this situation. Mr. Edwards' property is subject to a road maintenance agreement, and he pays for road maintenance on this roadway, on the roadways that go to his lot now. He will be required to continue, and all of the owners within his development will be required to continue to pay dues for the improvement, the maintenance, and repair of the roadways. So this is not a situation where Mr. Edwards is going to be driving through scot-free, as they say.
So has he made an agreement with the Aruba?
He's already subject to an agreement required to pay for the continued maintenance.
So is he subject to 4 lots, or would he be subject to 16 lots?
That agreement is based on the number of ultimately divided lots. So it's not just 4 lots, it's every lot within that subdivision is going to be paying its share of the maintenance on the roadways that we're just talking about, Paisano and Pajaro. And so this is not your situation that you've been dealing with, and he is already obligated.
And hasta mañana?
I'm sorry? That's an interesting question. Mr. Weber, who just got up here and told you that they're concerned about the maintenance of the roadways. Well, Hasta Mañana does not pay for the owners within Hasta Mañana, the 12 lots that he just talked about, they travel through Pajaro and Paisano. They don't pay. They don't pay at all. They're not required to pay. And they've refused to be subject to the RUMA. They don't want to pay. I understand that. But they are not required to pay. They're concerned that we're not going to pay. We are going to pay because we're already obligated to pay.
Okay, you have an agreement.
There is an agreement that is subject to this, that is...
That is part of this agreement, that is part of what we're going to approve?
This agreement is in place already. It's not subject to us doing anything. We're already required to maintain and share in the maintenance. What we have been working on is the potential for Mr. Edwards to do improvements to the roadway. He's not required to do improvements either by county code or by the agreement. He has been considering doing improvements. What they're saying to you is this: we want you to require him to pave these roadways. The code does not require that. The code could not, you could not under the code impose that on him. The neighbors would like it paved. Let me tell you what paving will require. These roadways are base course roadways. You've seen the pictures there. You see what they are. They are typical of roadways in Santa Fe County. In fact, they're probably a lot better than many, many roadways in the districts that you all represent. These are improved roadways. They're maintained roadways. Paving these roadways would require an entire re-engineering. You can't just go throw a pavement down on a roadway. You have subsurface requirements, you have compaction requirements, you have drainage requirements, and you saw already in the photographs that was given to you, somebody has damaged the culverts on this roadway because they were installed improperly. Paving this roadway would require an entire re-engineering and reconstruction of these roadways to put down what was necessary to meet your standards for paving. That is not either required by code or required of the subdivider under the agreement that we have. What we are willing to do is to consider how can we make sure that our construction does not damage these roadways. How can we consider, and that's the kind of agreement we've been working on. We were thinking that paving would be practical. It's not practical. What we are thinking about doing is entering into an agreement that for the period in which construction is going on in our development for the infrastructure itself, as well as up to, I think we said the 9th building permit, that's after homes are being built, that Mr. Edwards would maintain these sections of the roadway at his cost alone, not with the road maintenance contributing, but at his cost alone, and that he would repair damages done by construction vehicles that might damage the roadway during that time period. That's what we've been working
in place.
We've been working on that. We've come to kind of an impasse because they would like us, when I say they, the committee would like us to maintain this roadway at our expense all the way through the end of any construction in the development. We're not going to do that. We're not required to do that. But we are willing to do it during the construction that the developer does and up to the 9th building permit. I will say to you this is a unique situation. In many, many, many instances that come in front of you, particularly in this area, you have a developer who does his development and sells off lots to builders, and you're not dealing with the same person or the same company. You have, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or maybe 16 different builders.
Are you going to build all the houses?
He's going to build all the houses. So they will be dealing with one party who is accountable to them throughout the construction. That is the model that he has done, and he's done it successfully in other parts of the county. So Mr. Edwards' company and his partner, they do the development, they build the houses, and they sell them all the way through. So you're not dealing with 16 different builders who you can't get a hold of and you don't know what's going on. So this situation is very unique compared to the ones that you've run into before. This is not a developer who's coming and selling lots. He's coming, building houses. And he's done, and I say he's not, that's not a promise that he's doing that in other developments right now. That's what he's doing.
And what I'm understanding is that all the homeowners have a road maintenance agreement for inside this development. Do they have a road agreement with RUMA,
yes. Everybody who lives in this development will be required to contribute to the road maintenance dues of the roads leading up to this development, and they will be required to solely maintain their roadways inside the development.
Okay. I would like to see that agreement to be part of this approval, but I don't know if that's available.
I can tell you this, that you heard several people say that Mr. Edwards is accommodating. he is accommodating, and he intends fully to take responsibility for the impacts that his construction will have on this roadway. Why do we know that? One, he's done it before in other developments, but two, he's going to be building this out. He wants to make sure these roadways are accessible. They're not trashed going to the houses that he's selling. So he's got every interest in fulfilling that commitment. And we just need to pin down with the RUMA a particular specifics. And we'll continue to work to do that. It's not required of us, but we're willing to do that. And I say here on behalf of Mr. Edwards that we'll get that done.
It seems that eventually paving of this road would be a good idea. Do you have any idea how that would happen?
It would take, I don't know the exact number of owners that will be subject to assessments on this roadway, but it would take a complete re-engineering, and that means, as you know, Mr. Chairman, the road construction in paving, as you all are in that business, the depth of the subsurface and that compaction is going to have to be rebuilt. You cannot put paving over this roadway. It doesn't have the right materials, it doesn't have the right depth, so it would be re-engineered completely, and then it would be an assessment by all the people who use it, except for Hasta Mañana. They're not required to do anything, so they probably won't participate in that.
And how many, I mean, including these 16 people, how many people depend on this road?
When the roadways, you can see the lots on the graphic that I passed out to you.
So are all these other roads paved?
No. Hasta Mañana is not paved, Pájaro is not paved, and neither is the Paisano paved.
Okay, so all the roads are the same standard, basically.
Correct. It's paved up to the intersection of Paisano and Paseo Conejo.
So Fenda del Sendero is paved. We know that.
Yes.
Paseo del Paisano paved?
Part of Paseo de Paisano is paved. Up to the intersection with Conejo.
Up to which one? Sorry, Conejo?
Up to, yeah, Conejo, which is further south.
Yep, I see.
Yeah, it's off the map.
Sorry, I'm cheating. I'm using a Google map, which is much clearer than what you've got up here. So
there you go. All right.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that the residents around this development are, don't feel overly impacted by this development.
And we intend fully to both meet our obligation under the existing agreements, which he's met his obligation thus far, and to, in addition, supplement that while the construction is going on and even up to the 9th home being built in this development, which is, that's years, probably years out.
And so the other question that, like with Las Campanas, one of the things that I worked on with them was making sure that the waste company that picked up all the waste was the same waste company for all of Las Campanas, so that you didn't have 100 different haulers. And so when you contract with the hauler for the waste, it'll be on the same day as everybody else in the neighborhood in the same. I mean, I heard Dolores say that they would be using the same waste hauler as the surrounding neighborhoods.
That is fully our intention. Better price, efficiency, all of that.
Right, and so that less impact. There's already the impact of them being picked up, but it'll all be harmonious, so to speak.
Right.
Okay. So what about, Kenneth, what about changing the fire code in the,
Madam Commissioner, the fire code change, the recent adoption of the 21 code has not changed with respect to the requirements for this subdivision. They're all the same. So the differences in the code with respect to sprinklers, fire access roads, and wildland, urban wildland are all the same.
Okay, but it doesn't say that. It says 2015, and it needs to say 2021. So we need to update that in the documents. When I was
Okay,
reading
I
it.
understand.
Okay.
I misunderstood. I just was making clear.
You know, as everyone knows, I read these things.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I will make that update.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Green?
Thank you very much. And just as a point, I'm sure that that would come up when somebody was getting a building permit as opposed to getting a development plan. But good catch. So when we look at the site plan and we talk about that dogleg little road that goes from Paseo de Pajarito, makes a hard right turn and then ends up making a hard left turn and becomes Camino Hasta Mañana. At that very southeast corner of your property is an arroyo. And if I'm cheating again, I'm using a Google map that sort of shows me a lot more detail than what you're able to provide here. It looks like, both of those turns are pretty sharp turns.
They actually are not hard rights like that. They're not a T intersection.
Okay, well, maybe it's good for traffic coming, but the arroyo that goes under the road that's on your property, are the culverts on that, is that need to be rebuilt? Is that in good condition? Is that something that is, what's the condition?
The engineering for that has been done by our civil engineer, and he sized it exactly for wherever there are culverts for the drainage calculations that were made, and those were reviewed and approved by staff. But I don't have the specifics. I could ask him to come up and answer your question.
So I guess that's fine. You can refer to your experts. That would be wonderful. The question I have really has to do with, there is a culverts there, correct, already? This is not a low water crossing.
I don't think that arroyo flows across Hasta Mañana. It flows the other direction.
It probably goes from north to the south.
No, I think it goes from south to north.
Goes south to the north?
Yeah, that. So you're looking at the top of the arroyo that flows south to north into the main arroyo. It does not cross the roadway there.
Interesting. Okay.
Obviously, you can't tell by that, but that's what it does. It flows north and into the main arroyo.
Okay. Nonetheless, it flows across the road on your property. So,
Come on up. Roadway.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've already turned in all of our CDs to staff to review and approve, and I don't think we've gotten any comments back on that intersection. But it may be that we weren't even required to fix that, but we will.
Let me be specific. He's asking where Hasta Mañana, you get to Hasta Mañana and you take a left turn going north, correct?
a hard left that turns you
Right.
north from.
So it's this area here. Are there culverts under this roadway for this drainage? And this drainage does that.
I mean, I'm certain that there are culverts under the road on both of those locations, but I don't know which direction that water's flowing. So.
Okay, I'm gonna, if I may, refer to the neighbor who drives that all the time. He may.
Tracy, come here. Look.
I'm also the road manager for Camino Hasta Mañana. I handle all our road maintenance, so I'm very familiar with these roads. There's a culvert under the first turn, and there's a culvert under the second right turn. The first right turn is a very hard right. The second one is a very sweeping turn. It's actually pretty nice. And there's culverts under both. The first culvert is starting to collapse on the first turn. The second one is fine. There's no problem there. Was there any other question you had?
No, thank you for clarifying.
Roads?
I mean, part of my concern is that hard turn, right?
Yeah, that hard turn is a very hard turn. In fact, that turn gets deteriorated very quickly because it's such a hard turn. People take off when they make, they come to a full stop, turn, and then tear off, and the road gets torn up right there. So if they can make it a nice sweeping turn there, it'll make it a lot, like the second one is a sweeping turn, and it's banked. It's actually pretty nice.
Nice. Sounds like fun.
Okay.
I would hope that there was an opportunity for you to re-engineer that portion of the road that is along your southeastern border to make that first turn much more safer, less blind corner, especially because it becomes an intersection too, because you're adding 9 homes to that.
Yep. I don't think that's part of what we've turned into staff to engineer, but we will do that.
That's what we're here to do. So, thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody at this side? Questions?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion.
All right.
Okay. I move to approve case number 22-5130, Robust Development, Conejo Hills Estate, 16 lot major subdivision, Robust Development, LLC, applicant, liaison planning, etc. Request a major subdivision approval to create 16 lots, residential subdivision, 2.5 to 2.865 acres per lot of a parcel of land consisting of 40.66 acres of land within the residential estate zoning district, which allows for one single-family resident per 2.5 acres. The proposed subdivision is a Type 3 major, which consists of 24 parcels, where any parcel is less than 10 acres in size. The applicant also requests approval of the affordable housing agreement for one required affordable lot. The subject property will serve by shared wells, and each lot will have its own individual septic system. The property is located at 11, 12, 17, and 18 Sendero de Ensueña, SDA 2, with many of the agreements that we have talked about here.
And
Why don't I take a crack at telling you what I understood, and you can tell me whether that's correct. One, just turning first to the roadway issue that you talked about, Commissioner Green, which is that when we submit our off-site engineering for these intersections, that we make sure, one, the culvert sizes are adequate and functional, and that the turns, especially that first turn as described by Mr. Weber, it has a more sweeping or curve to it rather than a hard turn. And then making sure that the culvert under the Hasta Mañana portion is adequately sized and working at the time, and if need be, make that curve more functional there. So that's what I understood there, and Mr. Edwards has agreed to that. And then second of all, we agreed that we would do what we said, which was we will do the maintenance on Pájaro and Paisano during our infrastructure construction and up to the 9th building permit being built. We will maintain and repair damages created by our vehicular traffic. And those are the things that I understood that we had talked about.
And I'll second that with those conditions. And just to reiterate, I would also say that 36 or 38-foot access and utility easement that is on Plat Book 248, page 41, be expanded to 60 feet along that southeast side, just to allow for whatever sweeping that you need to do, and it doesn't take up any buildable lots or anything like that. But
And
that
it would benefit the Hasta Mañana folks. It would be an easement across that portion of it for
Absolutely.
the access. Okay.
That's right.
We understand that. And
Thank
that
you.
will work fine.
Is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I accept
Mr. Chair, before I don't mean to interrupt, but that type of request, also the owners, whoever that easement impacts, also need to be in agreement. So I'm not 100% certain that that can be a condition that can be applied today.
It's
just us.
It's just you. Yeah,
It's just us. We own that southeast.
Just want to make that was clear.
Yep,
Yeah.
I was not saying anything off-site, just on this site plan. Yes, sir.
It's the internal arc
Yep.
that we need to
Right.
expand.
Thank you.
We're only talking about their land. We're not trying to put conditions on anybody else.
And you're including the staff conditions as well.
And including staff conditions.
Yes.
Did you get enough of that? Or should we have it restated?
Oh, please.
You got it? Okay. Okay. Motion by Commissioner Hanson, seconded by Commissioner Green. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It passes. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Quickly, are there any announcements tonight? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Bustamante moves. Commissioner Hamilton second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.